Oh, now it says it's going live. Okay. We're live. Hey, all right. That's cool.
Are we live?
I believe so. Let me double check here. Oh, gosh.
Rassle Rocks WrestleMania Watch Along Part 2.
Part 2, yo! Woo! This is going to be fun. I enjoyed the hell out of last night, man. I thought it was really good. For being no crowd, I thought it was really good. Thought it was a nice build, nice pacing. I didn't have any problems with it.
Oh, I rewatched some of the matches today because we're too busy talking through some of it.
Right.
I really Daniel Bryan match was okay. Mm-hmm. Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens was actually way better than I thought. And then I guess like everybody, that Boneyard match was outstanding.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting that. That was really fun. I loved it. It was like a Lucha Underground style.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of Lucha Underground. I mean, a lot of people are referring to Matt Hardy over it because of the Ultimate Deletion and all that.
Yeah. I heard his Twitter feed blew up last night.
Oh, yeah, people were all hitting him up. I think it was a solid effort. Like I said, it's still a little weird to not have a crowd.
Yeah.
But, I think everybody put in the best they could. The only things I thought were downs was here's Cornelius.
Cornelius, hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
I wasn't too thrilled with the tag match, and I thought Becky was kind of fell flat that match.
What tag match?
The girls.
Really, the first
match?
Because
I thought the wrong people. I just didn't like I don't like how they've been using Asuka for the last like 2 months. So I wasn't really thrilled with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They were a better match than the Becky Shayna Baszler match.
Yeah, that kind of fell flat a little bit, but it felt like they kind of gave up on the story after a while.
From what I heard, we were talking about a while ago, is like Vince McMahon like kind of soured on Shayna Baszler, and it almost.
Oh, we lost your audio, Mark. Oh, we completely lost your audio. There you go.
Yeah, I hit the mute button by accident when I was moving the mic.
That's okay. What were you saying?
They were saying that like Vince like soured on her, and I almost see like I think they're gonna move to the next opponent. Like Shayna's not. I don't even know if Shayna's gonna be even a factor as a
contender. Yeah.
Whenever they come back.
That's not good, man. Immediately, as soon as you get up to the main roster, Vince has a problem with you. That sucks.
He didn't like her reactions. He didn't like the way she was getting reactions. He didn't see what everybody was talking about. I love Shayna. Like, I think she's awesome. I just don't think they used her right, and now it's all falling flat.
Yeah.
Are we streaming on YouTube right now?
We are live.
All the way live, baby.
You need to shout, y'all.
Wake up, son. It's WrestleMania.
I'm excited. Do you want to tell me how excited you are? I'm excited.
Let's go. Let's hit it. Oh, man.
I'm so excited. But like watching that Edge documentary was like throat lump the whole time.
Yeah, I wanted to see it. I didn't get around to it.
I think
I needed a break.
The best one I've seen in a while. The best one of those docs. I mean, I've liked almost everything, but I like that one a ton.
Yeah, I needed a break. I think I'm gonna go back to that documentary later, just when I need something to watch.
Yeah.
I ended up watching Don't F with Cats last night.
Man, I can't bring myself to turn that on. That just looks like I wouldn't like it.
Such a great story, and it's the worst documentary wrapping around that story. All it is they show clips over and over again is people clicking on like websites and like showing like little clips of Facebook over and over again, and because they're trying to spread out the story and like the actual video clips they do have. It's kind of sloppy, but the story itself is really good.
Yeah, you know what? I'm hearing it right now on the headset. We actually have exclusive audio of Conrad Thompson doing an amazing review of Don't F with Cats.
No.
Why didn't I ever just do that? Damn it.
You can't do exclusive audio. There's video now.
Yeah. That's the excuse.
I need to get the.
It's exclusive video.
I don't know if you guys don't really watch sports, but was it Between the Lines? They have like they do a thing called role play, and they have like little masks and sticks, like little people's faces. So I need one of those, and I can pull it up in front of me and do it.
Well, you never see his face, like when he's talking. Like he's never in video or anything.
Well, I'm sure there's video about him. There has to be video of him somewhere. So we'll get Mark a mask. I'll get myself a Vince mask, and we'll have a conversation. Corey, we'll get you an Undertaker mask.
A Stone Cold mask.
Yeah.
I got a Rey Mysterio mask.
There you go. Just put that on. I had surgery 5 times on my right knee.
Well, are we doing a luchador mask?
I guess. I don't know. Should I dig out my old Dr. Chung mask? I know Corey has that.
I do.
It's like a little toy. No, I gave you your Dr. Chung stuff back, didn't I?
Did you give me the mask?
Doctor.
I thought so. When we went to do.
I know I had
Doc Rassle.
Yeah, I know I had the coat. I didn't know I had the. Maybe I do have the mask. I don't know. You should please wear that the entire day. Please wear it the entire day. Best watch along ever. Oh, here we go. Mark's getting his now. Look what we've started. Are you trying to put it over your? Oh, I thought you were putting it over your hat.
No, I'm putting it on the drum, and then I'm gonna place it.
Because the drum needs to go incognito. There you go. Now it's decorating. Oh. Sick bump, brother.
Now that it's on a
we
drum.
Go Blue Demon. Or Super Astro.
Now that it's on a drum, it's Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio.
All right, so I'm gonna bail. I gotta go. Let me set this.
You know, why don't we give me a chance to rewind and do it over again?
No. It still won't be funny. There you go, Mark, looking good, especially with the camouflage. That matches perfectly.
Yeah, this goes perfectly. Huh?
Incognito.
Yes. Incognito.
My network is giving me problems.
I've had mine on for this whole time, like since I got up, I think.
And we're gonna have like a lot of problems trying to sync up with each other again. Probably.
I don't know. One of us might just have to be 30 seconds behind and deal with it.
Oh, this mask always makes me look sad in it.
Oh, well, that might just be your face.
He's a sad luchador.
Never heard. I gotta turn the volume down.
Let me in. All right, I gotta put up the green screen behind me because my shirt. I also have to change my shirt because it's half the WrestleMania logo.
It's your TV screen.
So where does Corey Graves get these jackets?
I don't know, but I kind of want one.
High-end tailors, I guess.
You think it's that, or that they just have the people that make the wrestling costumes just make those jackets for them?
I doubt it. Maybe it's custom made, but probably not by the same seamstresses that do the gear and stuff.
Dude, they look like curtains. Or like an old lady's couch.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he needs like vinyl cover over his jacket.
Rick, it's weird.
Yeah, you're all yellow.
You're all messed up now.
Yeah. You're all messed up
What just
now.
happened?
Well, what you tell me.
Oh my goodness!
Green Man.
Why? What
There we go.
is happening? What is happening? No. All right, let me
Yep, that all is happening.
let me fix
It's the
whatever the
opposite
hell
of how it
happened with
needs
that.
to be.
This is how I've been walking around in COVID all week.
All right, hang on here. Hang on.
We're doing video together, so it's COVID, but there's only 3 of us. COVID 3. That's what's going on now.
There we go. I can't
What's
tell.
happening?
I don't know.
He just turned his thing off.
There you go.
That's what I'm going to do for bad jokes now.
We gotta go. Click. Gone.
Oh! They're finally coming out with it.
Yeah, man.
Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy
Yeah,
remake.
7 remake.
7, I think, was the best one. A lot of people say 12, but I like 7.
12 was really good. 9 is very underrated. 10's okay.
I don't like 10.
I like 9 the most.
I've never played one of those games.
They're fun. They're fun. If you're cool with RPGs, yeah. If you're cool with them.
I'm not cool with games. I just suck at games too much for me to even try.
That's
Like-
that's the voice of a quitter. Giving up,
Yeah.
boy. Oh man, I still got.
I guess I don't care enough, really.
I guess my shirt is okay now. Somehow now
Yeah.
the green screen doesn't work on my shirt.
It doesn't work on your shirt, but it works on the TV.
Yeah, on the background here, over here.
Right.
Okay.
That's so weird.
I don't know. I don't understand green screens. Nick Burke wants to join us.
Nick Burkwinkle.
Nick Burke.
Now I look like I'm in the purge.
What was that line from the third one?
The spicy or whatever.
Yeah, sweet. What did he say? Sweet, sweet green beans, sweet cream cheese. That's what it was.
What?
Green cheese.
The
What is this from?
The main guy from the third Purge movie. It was
I don't even remember.
It was something weird. His tagline was "sweet cream cheese." Every time he shoots somebody, it's like, "Sweet cream
Was that
cheese."
that's the one where he tries to save the president, right?
Yeah.
Or the second.
No,
Whoever
it's
president, the president elect or whatever it was.
Okay. Yeah, president elect.
Yeah. Governor, I don't know, whoever it was.
Did you see the Rick and Morty trailer for the new 5 coming?
I did.
There's so many. There's so many trailers.
Is there? I only saw the one.
I only saw the one as well.
But yeah, I'm excited for that. So what should we talk about some matches that are going on here tonight?
What do we have going on tonight?
Well, now they're talking about the
Edge and Orton.
yeah, Edge and Orton or that's the one I'm mainly looking forward to.
Well, I think that's the one everyone's looking forward to.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the match. Where's Mr. Burke? Is he coming on?
He said he's gonna join us. I told him whenever he
I
wanted to.
I got to strap my chin in because the damn thing keeps raising on me.
I thought it was only going to be like 1 minute worth of wearing the thing, but you're gonna.
No,
Yeah.
go for it. Go for it. Whole night.
This is the pre-show.
All night long.
Yeah, the dude from the Purge, the election year one. It was actually Bubba from Forrest Gump who played him.
Was it really? I thought he was dead.
No, well, in the movie he's dead.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Forrest Gump, he's dead. When he
Yes.
says, "Forrest, I want to go home," that wasn't really his last dying words. He lived. He was acting in that scene.
Oh, that was acting. That's what acting is. It's saying that you're dead when you're not.
Gotta lace this shit in, man.
Laces out, Dan Marino.
Ah, damn it, you beat me to it. I was just going to say that.
Well,
Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel.
What is going on with my hair?
I gotta go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, man.
Why didn't you pee before we started?
Because I was at my mom's.
Why did you pee at your mom's? Oh, he's gone. So we also got Brock Lesnar and Drew McIntyre tonight.
I don't know, man. Like, that could either be great or absolutely terrible, depending on which Brock shows up for this match.
Yeah. It has the potential to be like absolutely brutal, which is what I'm hoping for.
I'm hoping for about 5 to 6 minutes of carnage.
Yeah.
And
Just
then
beat
we
the
have a
crap
winner. I guess Drew McIntyre's going to win this. Dude, how do people work in a hood, man?
It's rough. You have no peripheral vision at all. It's hard to breathe.
The mouthpiece doesn't even fit right.
No.
Like, I just pulled the whole thing tight. It's for someone like a super big jaw.
A lot of people get custom stuff done too, and it's still difficult. Yeah, I had to wrestle in a. They used to call me Dr. Chung when I was working in Chikara. I had this big mask, and it didn't have like a mouth opening because it had like a doctor's mask, surgeon's mask across the front of it, but it wasn't removable or anything.
Okay.
It was just stitched on. So me being, always having to have a drink on me and smoking all the time was very, very difficult. So I'd be wearing that mask for like 2 hours before the show started. Every time I had to go out back and have a cigarette, I had to like kind of half have the hood up just over my lips, just in case fans walk by. So yeah, it's definitely really, really hard to wrestle in. I don't know how a lot of the guys do it. It's one of the reasons.
How do you drink it either?
Drinking might be a little easier, but
no, it's like my whole bottom lip's covered in this one.
oh yeah, how do you? Yeah,
There we go. Maybe I got to
Maybe you're doing it all wrong.
pull it down a little more.
Corey, you worked in a hood a couple times. What do you think of it?
Hate it.
Yeah.
I very much don't like it.
I was gonna say, man, how do dudes do this their entire career?
Anonymity is why. I mean, it's an identity, man. Like for a lot of guys, and it's like a culture and way of life. So I mean, it's a tradition more than anything.
Tradition.
So here's a thought I was thinking.
Yes.
So I just got a bunch of Facebook memories showed up from us doing Uneducated Podcast for a WrestleMania review. I guess it was the first one we did for the Uneducated Podcast. It was
the post WrestleMania reviews.
Yeah, and like we were pretty weird, right? Did we get kind of weird on that?
We got
Yeah, because I got you guys all super drunk.
So to say we didn't get weird.
So I was thinking in the thoughts of that, we should make a drinking game out of the watch along.
Oh gosh, no.
No.
That's a terrible idea.
I need a straw. I have to get a straw first.
Just sipping Jack and Coke through a straw in a luchador mask.
Every time I do this, the mask raises up over my mouth.
I just went and got me some beer.
Got you some beer? Oh, is that why you wanted a drinking game? You just wanted an excuse to drink.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a party.
Yeah.
It's WrestleMania. It is a party.
It's a party, goddamn. Get off my case. I never should have married you.
I'm still looking for a card, man. WWE.com is terrible with telling me what the hell's going on.
Well, they just did Flair and Rhea Ripley, which we were already talking. It's pretty much forgotten already.
Yeah.
Like it got like knocked into the background. of WrestleMania, which is a shame.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest Flair fan, but
Oh, you're not? I didn't know. That must have been something that slipped my mind. Like, you've never mentioned it.
I don't think it got the attention it should have, because I think most of the promotion was probably supposed to be on NXT. And then NXT got shut down.
Yeah.
And they're too busy pushing Johnny Tommaso.
Dude, did you watch that WWE Untold, the Kurt Angle and Shawn Michaels and Johnny Gargano all over it?
Yeah.
Such a wrestling nerd.
Oh yeah, he's a nerd. And it's like you couldn't find anybody else to do it either. It was just him.
He was the only one. It was ridiculous.
Where's Nikki B? Did he say he's coming on, or is he coming on later?
He's taking the dogs for a walk, and then he's going to jump on when he gets back. So that's what's happening with that.
It's a bull lie, bold-faced lie.
About this new John Cena thing.
You know, I keep thinking you're going to say, I'm not so sure about this whole wearing a mask through the whole show thing. But
I'm just doing it for the pre-show.
What new John Cena thing? You just mean him acting in commercials all over the place?
Yeah, it's just now it's just commercials.
I don't even know what I was watching a commercial of, but he came out riding a purple cow. It was for some app. I don't know what the hell it was. Yeah, it was crazy.
you want him to hate money? Is that what you want? You want him to hate money? I mean, sure.
Yeah. Hate money. Damn it. It's funny. He started off his wrestling career as a Vanilla Ice ripoff, and now everybody hates him for selling out just like Vanilla Ice did.
Is that why people hate Vanilla Ice?
That was my understanding. I never cared one way
Your
or
what?
the other. That was my understanding. I never really cared one way or the other. He had Ice Ice Baby and then nothing else. Pardon me while I pick my teeth on the camera. Got something stuck in there. Waiting on my Wawa delivery.
Rich is getting everything delivered.
Yeah, man. I don't leave the house anymore. Which we should. There's a pandemic going on. I'm gonna stay inside and be safe.
I went to Pep Boys.
You have a what?
I went to Pep Boys.
You went to Pep
You went
Boys.
to Pep Boys.
Oh boy.
Isn't it cool conversing with people who aren't in the same room with you? It's just like we're together.
It is. All right, what do these two jamokes want?
They want the smoke, though.
They want that smoke.
They want that smoke, though.
Found me a straw. I'm ready to go. WrestleMania.
Oh, WrestleMania.
Street Profit Posse. I mean, posse is that a long forgotten word?
Posse is passe, yes.
I think it's passe.
Passe.
Yeah, long forgotten. No one has a posse anymore.
No.
Except for me. You guys are my posse.
Wrestle Rock Posse, baby.
Right, guys? Right, guys?
Corey has a posse.
A podcast.
Posse-cast. All right.
Austin Theory.
I still can't find a card. Who are these guys working again? The Street Profits? Oh, Garza and Theory. That's right.
They're wrestling the Street Profits for the titles.
That's right.
I'm going to go with Austin Theory and Angel Garza.
Yeah, you think they're going to pull one out?
I don't think they have any faith in the Street Profits.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're not ready to be that for very long.
Yeah, I just don't think they're ready yet.
Right.
But I don't think Austin Theory and Angel Garza either.
No.
No. I mean, nobody has faith in anything because of it's the tag team division. They just have no idea what to do for a storyline for them, for any of them.
See, like,
You all right, Mark? You got another 35 minutes of this pre-show. You sure you can make it with that mask on?
I got a straw. I'm all right.
He's gonna give up.
It just keeps riding up my face. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Don't hate when things ride up your face.
Yeah.
Ah, this ladder match was sick.
What's gonna be the pre-show match?
It's
I think it's Liv
Natalya
Tyler, isn't
versus
it?
Liv Morgan.
That's it, Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan and who?
And Natalya.
Really?
Natty and Liv.
Poor Liv Morgan. She came back and they just did nothing.
Poor Liv Tyler, too. What happened to her?
I don't know. I saw her in the Incredible Hulk. I don't know what happened after that.
After that, she was just gone.
I think that one was just the Hulk. Not Incredible Hulk.
I don't
It was
remember.
incredible.
Was it Incredible?
She's in the Incredible one.
No, the Incredible. I thought the Incredible one was the Edward Norton one, and I think the regular Hulk, the Eric Bana one, was just called Hulk.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
she was in the
Liv
one
Tyler's in.
with Ed
She's
Ed
in the Ed Norton one.
Oh, she's in the Ed Norton one.
Jennifer Connelly's in the Hulk.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, that's right. That movie sucked so much.
Don't mess with my nerd.
Don't mess with my nerddom.
Jennifer Connelly came back in Spider-Man: Homecoming as the voice of what was the name? Karen, of the voice inside the suit. You know what I'm talking about?
Really? That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't mess with my nerdum, son.
Dude, they are getting so much praise for this match.
I loved it. I loved everything about it. It was cheesy when it needed to be cheesy, and then it was badass when it needed to be badass. Yeah, I heard somebody today compared it to Lucha Underground style, and that was just a perfect way to describe it.
You know what I did last night for the first time in a long time?
What?
Actually, the first time ever.
You did what?
After we got done
Yeah.
recording, after WrestleMania was over, I turned on the WWE Network and synced up this watch along that Jericho just did for the Undertaker Shawn Michaels match from WrestleMania 25. And it was he was watching it with Marty Elias, the guy who reffed the match.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, it was really, really cool. And there was a lot of really cool insight to that day.
My food's here, folks. I'll be right back.
Wawa's here.
So are you taking that off, Mark?
No, I'm trying to. So it stops riding up my chin. I got 30 minutes left with this
I
on.
was gonna say that thing's not that's not a performance ready lucha mask.
It is a Super Astro though. It's pretty cool.
Natalya, this is the first match of the pre-show. You folks aren't watching along to WrestleMania with us. What the heck's wrong with you? I mean, maybe your Wawa food's here. Maybe. Watching Natty come to the ring. This is her WrestleMania moment.
She's still got to do the cat ears thing.
Yeah.
Tell you one thing, wearing a hood with a beard is very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So that's it? It's just these two? There's no other girls wrestling?
Yeah, it's just these two in this match, yeah.
So she's already going back to her old poses.
Yeah, except she just doesn't have the pink hair.
Yeah, she just doesn't have the crazy costume anymore, but it's basically they just retrograde her back to her old character.
Right. Well, good for her though. Like, what the hell were they gonna do with? I'm kind of a lesbian or something. Like,
that storytelling was so bad.
All right.
I'm like a lesbian or something. Me and Lana were together in love and such.
Yeah, and then where's Lana now? Her and Bobby are in like purgatory because of Rusev fighting on his contract.
They're contract quarantine.
Which I don't get the Bobby Lashley part. Why is it like?
Yeah, it's all Lashley's
why is he
fault.
even?
It's all his fault, bastard. They didn't include a fork or nothing. Hang on, I'll be back again. My apologies.
What did you get?
Oh no, I'm gonna miss this awesome match.
Was that sarcasm, Rick?
Saucer? What did he say?
He said, "I'm gonna miss this awesome match."
Oh. And there's a kind of roll up, and sportsmanlike conduct by Natalya Neidhart right there. All right, now we're squaring up, trying to keep an equal distance from each other, eye each other down, figure out what's the next step. Here we go. Veteran move by Natalya, going for that go behind, but Liv Morgan, she studied tape. She knows Natalya's wise ways.
I'm glad you didn't say she scouted him. She scouted her. I hate when you say that.
Liv Morgan scouted Natalya like crazy. So she caught it. But all that scouting didn't help her when it came to that SCF, but she got the headlock. So good for Liv Morgan. Here we go. That go behind that the Liv Morgan scouted behind before. Oh, she scooped her leg out from under her. Okay. Oh, and a kickoff.
They're literally wrestling like this girl's never wrestled before.
Yeah.
Why are you doing commentary, Corey?
Because you were going to miss it, and I'm doing the commentary for it when you listen back to it.
What'd you get for Walla?
I got some chicken strips, and I got some meatballs. That's it.
What are you not doing bread?
What's that?
What are you're not doing the carbs?
Not doing carbs. Trying to lose some pounds, lose some lbs, guys, right? Still crushing Diet Coke though.
Oh, fudge.
Oh,
shoot! Gosh darn.
Oh, that was sick.
Guy goes to the cover. That's a 2.
Okay, we're definitely off again.
we're off.
Yeah, Corey's about 5 seconds ahead of me.
There's the up and over attempt. Caught by Natalya, throws her over to the apron.
You're just
the apron's hard.
You're just spoiling things now. That's all you're doing. You're spoiling things. Because you're like 5 to 10 seconds ahead of me.
She goes for a spear, but Natalya thought the best of it.
You're still spoiling things. Shut up.
You
can react to it. Stop calling it because it hasn't happened for me yet. You bastard. You're like the worst, like psychic ever. It's like, I'm going to tell you something that's going to happen in 10 seconds.
Why don't you just shut right up?
Just trying to be polite about it. Yeah, it's weird, man. I wish we'd watch this all in sync at the same time, but it's so difficult to, pause and unpause and try and sync it all up.
Yeah, I mean, we could watch it Backstreet Boys too, but I think NSYNC was better.
Oh my God.
That was horrible.
It's so bad.
People in your own house don't like you. Stop doing comedy when you're getting heckled at home. Stop it.
Just trying to help him get better.
That's my buddy Chris. You might have heard him on my podcast. Christopher Boyd, Silas of the heavy metal band Moxley.
Yeah, it was.
He just walked out of the room.
Okay, bye, Chris.
What did you say?
I said, okay, bye, Chris.
Okay, bye, Chris. Bye.
Main shit starts at 7 though, right?
Yep.
Main show at 7.
Okay, bye.
So actually, we got 18 matches instead of 16 because of the 2 pre-show matches they didn't talk about.
Well, like, also, what's like pre-taped and what's not? Like, that's some.
I thought it was all.
Do they have a different? Do they have a different, like the WrestleMania sign in the building? Is it still the same exact setup from this last night? Because that would have been cool if they would have switched it up slightly.
Nah, it's all the same setup.
Yeah, I see that. Now it's Natalya working to put away Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan with a counter there and a kick out there. And a Shining Wizard out of nowhere. Jesus crepes.
Stop it. Spoiler alerts. Spoiler alerts everywhere.
I'm just trying to help those who might want my commentary instead of Michael Cole's. I don't know. What if it's on mute? What if they're not even listening to what's on TV?
That's a good point.
What?
Oh, nice. That was a weird cross-legged thing there.
Oh, y'all's are a little behind me, y'all.
I know we're behind you. That's what I've been saying.
I know, but you're reacting to stuff that happened minutes ago. My end.
Too big for just one night.
All right, good. Maybe they're going to start pushing her now.
Pete Zacharine!
All right.
What are you doing? I taught him social studies.
I'm kind of happy about the Braun Strowman win last night.
Are you?
Yeah, now that I had like a day to think about it, I'm like, you know what? Good for him. Because they've been trying to
do anything.
I mean, if they,
You think they're gonna do anything with it? They're just gonna hand it right over to Roman.
they should. I'm not. They should keep it on Strowman for a while. I imagine, at least until SummerSlam, if they're going to continue on with no crowd pay-per-views. Keep it on Strowman for a while.
Goldberg can't be out in public with his age. He's got a compromised immune system, so
that's right.
He can't be with the champion for that long.
You're really gonna hit him with an old joke like that?
Talk about how old I am. Come on, tell him again. Talk about my wife.
You're going to respect my name.
Sorry, Otis. Winky face emoji.
All right, so what happens tonight, man? We getting a kiss here or what? You think they're going to break it off with Ziggler and Rose, or do you think it's going to continue? What's going to happen?
She does a turn.
You think she's doing a turn?
Oh, no. I can't. I don't know.
So that match isn't happening on the pre-show? That feels like it would have been a pre-show match.
No, what are you kidding me? This is like
because only because the office hates Dolph Ziggler.
What do they? He's been there for like
I don't know.
20
He's
years.
Just yeah, but like he always gets pushed to the back, whatever. of importance.
Well, that's because he's not as good as he thinks he is.
Sure.
Oh God, Ed and his memes.
Oh God, what's that doing?
He just sending me like screwed up memes to make me laugh. Stuff I can't repeat on. I can't repeat on the podcast.
We got to. Speaking of the podcast, we got about a minute left here, so let's jump off. We'll come back on.
Break time.
Break time, folks. We'll be right back. Screen's gonna go black for a while, and then we'll all come back. So see you soon. Gotta love Zoom and their free 40 minutes. Works great if you're doing something less than 40 minutes. All right, let me take this off. Screen's gonna go black. We will return. How do I invite people again? Why do I forget everything that I'm doing? Always. Always forget what to do. I start to panic. That's my problem. All right, inviting him and him and him and go. Okay. Did I put that back? I did not. And here we go. Zoom, zoom, zoom. All right, we're back, folks. Gonna sit here and continue to eat my chicken wings. Chicken strips, whatever they are. It keeps doing this thing where I have to admit everyone in. There we go. Or not. Where'd you go? There you go.
Ding dong.
Ding dong, bing bong. Here comes the ding dong. Orton Edge, baby.
This is all I really want to see tonight. This and the Fiend.
I am curious, especially after the Boneyard match last night. I definitely want to see the Firefly Funhouse match.
You good? Corey's down that beer before he gets on again. Dude, I quit drinking for the month, or I would do the drinking game with him.
Yeah?
Well, I used to, if you remember, I used to like quit right after the WrestleMania show.
Mm-hmm.
I would drink all the way up to the WrestleMania show and then quit.
Yeah, you quit for like, what, a month? And then you go back on? Or is it 2 months or something like that?
Yeah, I quit till about, all depends how I feel. I'll either quit till the end of April or I'll quit all the way up until Memorial Day weekend.
All right, here he comes.
Why did that photo come up?
What's up?
How many wars are tonight?
18 matches?
War tonight?
Yeah.
No. 18 matches total.
Shut up.
There's why?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah. How many are left tonight, though?
Yeah, just tonight.
It's 9 total. We just had 1, so 8 left.
8 left.
8 matches, 3 hours.
Yeah, man. Did the same thing last night. I liked it. I like that pacing of the show, man. Done by 10. Like I should go to bed at a half decent hour.
I didn't go to bed at like 4 in the morning as usual.
It's not like you got school in the morning or anything.
I know, but still, it's nice to not stay awake at, Oh, WrestleMania is finally over. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
You can still sound like you don't work.
Yeah, the 24 documentary for Edge was really good. I thought, like,
Yeah, I was like,
I liked most of them so far, but I really like this one a whole lot.
My network's freezing up. There we go.
Rick.
Yeah.
Are we still live though, or did you?
Oh, what? Yeah, I'm just me and my WWE network. We're still on YouTube just fine.
Okay. Where are you at on
Fine.
WWE Network? Still on-
Edge is screaming into the camera, and then there's Edge's RKO.
Fine.
There's a little friendship montage going on.
Best friends.
And shoot, I don't. It sounds like I'm not where you guys are at.
Where are you at?
Yeah, Edge is screaming into the camera, and the RKO just happened.
Your RKO just happened now, yeah.
All right,
Corey and I are on the same page.
I don't know. Mine keeps freezing up though, so I'm probably gonna eventually drop back to where you guys are at. It keeps on like stopping and starting and stopping and starting. So, for some reason I'm ahead of you guys. I don't know why. Sucks. We should just do like some kind of secondary camera where I just point it. I'll just point the camera at the screen, and you can just watch it from there. This way we can at least all be on the same page. Hey, it's Renee Young and Booker T and Christian.
Where?
On the TV.
Now you're spoiling.
Now I'm spoiling you guys. Sorry.
Where? I still have Corey Graves and dude, I always forgot his name. At least it's not Sam Roberts. Thank God it's not Sam Roberts.
True.
There's the folks.
There you go. Christian's looking a little dapper.
Yeah. Booker T looking cross-eyed as usual.
Oh man, I never noticed that. Now I'm gonna never not notice that.
You're gonna see that forever now.
I've never noticed that. Oh,
He's not cross-eyed. He's not like Shawn Michaels wonky.
Oh, it's not that bad, but it's, you know.
no, he had like a little Booker T's eyes all.
oh, his eyes always been a little goofy. He got stabbed with it in the eye with, he said back in the day with ice cream or something. That's what, like, or one switch way back in that.
Some folklore.
No, it's like, yeah. Yeah, it was like part of his character back in there or something. Pretty sure he said some shit like that.
Maybe. He had. I remember watching Booker T back in the day, and he always had these like mystery scars all over his arm and back and stuff.
That's scar. Oh, I know exactly what that's from. That's scarification. Healing, probably.
Yeah, he has some weird, just scars out of nowhere on his back.
Huh?
I need to put closed captioning on. I haven't done it yet.
Oh yeah, shoot, darn! I got to do that too.
Can you guys hear my volume?
What's up?
Can you guys hear my volume on my...
No.
No? Okay. I'm going to keep
Not
it
really.
as what it
Are we
is.
live? Are we on? Are we doing this? What's going on?
We're live, baby.
Is he on yet? Making fun of us as usual?
Shoot.
I would love John Moxley just to run in the background again.
Yes. Please let that happen again.
This is my WrestleMania moment.
So what pretty much is the story here with Orton and Edge? Like, I know Orton came out and was like, yeah, I had to do it because Edge wouldn't retire and this, that, and the other thing. But then didn't Edge come out and was like, yeah, you're lying. I know you're lying. I know you don't love me that much or whatever it was.
That was the gist of it. Yeah, I think you just nailed it.
He just said you're lying? That was it? There was no reason behind it?
Like, hey, you are lying.
Orton
I
just
did not do it. It's not true. She's bullshit. She's lying.
Orton comes out and cuts this long ass promo, and it's
And then
all
he says,
passionate.
"Oh, hi, Mark."
It's all passionate and heartfelt, and he's like, "I love you so much, but you have to stop. I have to save you from yourself," and all this other cool shit. That just comes out and goes, "No, that's not true." That's his promo.
Well, yeah, pretty much. I think he tried to say that he was coming out there to have Beth retire for him,
I did hear that, yeah.
and then Randy didn't let her get to that, so he came himself to let him know that he wants his ass at WrestleMania. His ass for keeps. He plays for keeps.
There's too many commercials.
I can't stop staring at his jacket. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
His name is Floral Graves right now.
Floral Graves.
Floral Graves.
Nine minutes to WrestleMania Part 2.
Look at that pretty ass dog. What a pretty little lassie dog. And John Cena with a cow.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about.
It looks like
Where are you guys at? You guys are ahead of me.
Oh, my network froze again. Oh,
experience credit scores have a lot to do with purple cows.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole commercial doesn't make any sense.
5-hour energy, extra strength.
He's been doing these Experian credit commercials. The one credit, the one thing you have to pay like $15 a month to know what your credit's like.
Yeah, you can get that for free.
Yep.
Credit Karma.
On Credit Karma. This episode brought to you by Credit Karma.
Sponsor us, guys. We go to your stuff all the time. We check our credit scores without lowering our credit scores.
Right. Of course. If you're looking for a place to check your credit score and not lower your credit score, go on to creditkarma.com. Bobby Lashley versus Aleister Black is being broken down right now by Corey Feldman and Paul Rosenberg.
Corey Feldman?
Imagine it was Corey Feldman in his Michael Jackson outfit that he always wears. And
oh, my God. That'd be awesome.
Weird already comes out with like the 4 strippers he's always walking around with.
He's like, here's my number. Pray you never have to use it. Here's my Instagram handle. Pray you never have to follow me. Or AKA, here's my podcast. Pray you never have to listen to it.
I'd listen to his podcast. I refuse to listen to his album.
Is his podcast something that's like worth your time?
I don't know. I never heard it, but I heard a couple of songs of his, and I'm all set. I'm good.
The commercials for the WWE podcasts that was on last night. Did you guys see that?
No.
That was a neat ass commercial. It was super neat. Like good for them. I mean, they're gonna make enough money. Each person who gets their own podcast, they're gonna be able to make their own money off of that. And like be able to make a living off of that alone, and still be making a living off of. And us, we just do this for fun and free.
Pretty much.
Cool.
I'd like to make money off of this. That'd be nice.
Thanks, Corey Graves.
7 minutes.
And the New Day has a podcast now?
Yeah, I haven't listened to it yet. Is it any good?
I don't know. I didn't listen to it. I just saw the commercial for it on the network.
Jim Cornette, and I listened to Jericho when he has someone half decent on. And I listen to Simon Miller, depending on what the subject is.
You know what I just discovered on I just discovered on YouTube. It was something Eddie's been talking to me about for years, and Eddie's watched it a couple times while he was here. OSW Review, like YouTube show.
Yeah.
Do you watch that, Mark?
No.
You would. It feels like something you'd watch.
You would.
OSW.
Yeah, it's like they review like old WWF shows, and it's funny, but they're just British dudes. Like it's something to have on the background, not something you really like take too much. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Too much like mental effort into doing it. But it just played like automatically on my YouTube when I had my YouTube on my TV, and it made me laugh.
You were talking about Cornette's podcast you listen to, Mark?
No, OSW Review.
No, not you. I was talking to Mark. Mark mentioned Cornette's. What?
Yeah, Jim. Do you listen to him?
No.
Do you listen to Jim Cornette?
No, I just heard he was going to have Kevin Sullivan on to talk about the.
Yeah, he's going to interview Kevin Sullivan about the whole Benoit story.
Yeah. Why he refused to comment what really happened and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's going to tell basically his story of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. It should be good to see. I think he's going to lie through most of it.
Yeah, I'm fine with never believing him.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to be lying, but it could be interesting either way. I mean, Kevin Sullivan was never known as one of the most truthful guys in wrestling.
Right, he's a carny, dude.
Yeah. He just seems like the type of guy that would lie, who would beat his wife and then lie about it. That's my opinion of Kevin Sullivan.
I mean, but it's good to get his side of the story anyway. I mean, you can develop your own opinion afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean,
he should have been on the documentary, but the story was that like he didn't want to disrespect the family of Nancy, so he didn't want to appear on the documentary.
Didn't want to disrespect the documentary or the family of Nancy. Like, you're being accused of beating Nancy. What do you mean you didn't want to disrespect the family? The family thinks you beat her. Why would you? Why would you be like, hey, no, I didn't.
The Benoit documentary was the most download or most watched Vice documentary that was on YouTube.
The go home promo from Paul Heyman on this.
I'm going with Brock.
On Raw this week was so good.
I'll be right back.
I'm going with Brock. I don't know if you want to have Drew McIntyre win the title tonight, and then if you don't have a lot of matches after this, he's just going to lose a lot of steam.
Right. Yeah. It's I think it would be better saved for a title change at like SummerSlam or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brock and his hot dog neck.
Got the hot dog rolls.
I like it. I like that they got the Claymore kick over. I like that it's a finisher that nobody gets up from.
Right.
Brock's going to have to get hit like 3 times by it.
Yeah. Well, like that. Oh my God. That terrible Braun Strowman Goldberg match last night. Like they had to hit, each one of them had to hit their finisher 4 or 5 times each.
That was just terrible altogether. I mean, they did what they could with no build up and apparently Goldberg's health, because he does not looking like he can handle this anymore.
Yeah, he looks like
he still looks in great shape for a 50-something-year-old man. He's in amazing shape.
A grandpa, and he just became a dad like less than 10 years ago. And he already looks like a grandpa. It was like he was elected president or something since the last time we saw him.
Here we go.
You can take the mask off now, Mark. Where did Rick go?
I don't know. He probably ordered more food.
More food.
I don't know where he's getting all these deliveries from. He's got Chick-fil-A one night, the Wawa next.
Good for him.
Ah. That was the worst part, man. Was the beard.
Are you ready for a good time? Question mark.
So that's the whole thing. I don't like how they throw it like it's like a party. No, it's a giant wrestling event. It's not a party.
No party about it. All right, I'm leaving. Bye.
All right, man. So I guess I got to hold the whole show down by myself. So they're showing, right now they're showing Finn Balor, who I don't even know if he exists anymore, because him and his Walter match just disappeared. You get more, everybody getting more burrs, and I'm just sitting here sober.
Welcome back to the show that is just too big for one night. Once again, WWE superstars are performing on a closed set and other locations.
Just get more beers.
Get away and bring a smile to your face. For the first time in 36 years, we are proud to present to you Night 2 of WrestleMania.
Why does she have to present this?
It's the ceremony the ceremonial stuff. the grandeur and such.
I just don't want to see like a year from now them talking about the only reason why to continue WrestleMania was all Stephanie's brainchild or something like that. I will go nuts. I was the reason WrestleMania continued. Everybody else wanted to cancel.
Well, this is part of what I said yesterday. I think they want to do it just so that when it's over, they can say they did it.
Like I said, it's way better than I thought it would be. That's God's honest truth. I mean, those matches were really solid. And we'll be talking about that Undertaker match for
Yeah, it's cool.
that's going to be talked about for a while.
That was cool.
Unless somehow the Fiend and John Cena blow that out of the water.
I gave Chris a microphone, so you're going to hear him, or do you hear him or not?
No.
Jack?
No.
No. It's not on.
You guys social distancing in your apartment? Sit down on the couch, man.
Oh, well.
Not that far. It's not in?
No, it's it only picks up one on the.
Oh,
the
what
app.
you're using this. Well, I got it out, so. It's wrong. I can get it.
Who'd they get for the Jack Sparrow impression?
Jack Sparrow.
Is it just Johnny Depp?
You got actual Jack Sparrow.
It was somebody who played his stunt double. They had an extra one. They called him Captain Jack Sparrow.
Oh,
Do you hear yourself?
woo, it's rough. They're going to show Seth Rollins curb stop a crab. Did you see it in the video?
No.
It's Jones.
Oh, if he gets like a mace to go fight skeletons. And Seth Rollins is stomping crabs.
There you go. I think I'm behind you guys. That just happened.
Somebody was sword fishing him, and he just ended it.
Thank you for joining our WrestleMania.
Hi, everybody.
I'm way behind you guys.
They're showing Taker's hat right now.
Yeah, I'm way behind you guys.
We got some AC/DC back. Everybody at the AC/DC part in my head.
Ready for a good time. Oh, God.
We salute you.
Yeah, you guys were way ahead of me.
Business is about to pick up, a.k.a.
Wait,
Nikki Cross about to take her shirt off.
Saturday's theme was by the weekend, and then tonight's going to be AC/DC. Is that how they're doing this?
That's business. I thought it was.
No, this is how the last one. This is how yesterday started too.
Did it? I don't remember.
It was just the weekend was the theme throughout, like the whole show. Or whatever.
There's so much going on yesterday. I don't remember.
Still trying to learn the weekend dance for TikTok. Gonna get my own TikTok going.
How's the weekend dance go?
I don't know. There's a dab, and then there's a swim, and one of those.
A dab and a swim.
A dab and a swim.
A dab and a swim and a starburst.
My friends did one yesterday where they drank and then slid their drink across the table, and then it would literally go to their next friend, grabbing the glass and drinking and sliding across the table. They went across like 8 people doing that. It's like, I'm done. I'm done.
That's not very.
It was good. I liked it. It was good.
It's called
There's a
roulette.
good song.
Roulette right there.
And that's your voice, Rick, when you do the movie preview.
And now, wait a minute, reverb.
And now, WrestleMania.
Oh, there you go. There's the weekend.
Yeah. There's Gronk.
That was a banger. Who's talking?
Gronk.
Nice teleprompter by Rob Gronkowski.
Starting out with
Wow,
Charlotte.
they didn't even have him put on a different outfit to make it look like it was 2 different nights. I'm wearing the same jacket.
Yeah, well, not all in one night. They just pre-recorded a bunch of stuff because people can't be in the same place at the same time.
Right. Oh.
They could have made an effort.
Do we
Wow,
need
they're
to see-
starting with this match.
Do we need to see Gronk dancing to this song? Like, is that
I don't
something?
need it there
needs to
at
happen.
all. Yeah, he probably is drunk.
Right, drunk as shit.
Her robe is dope.
Yeah, it is dope.
Oh, there we go. I want that Byron Saxton jacket right there, baby.
Tell you, Flair's robe is dope.
Yeah, Byron's jacket is real neat.
That's something
I even-
special.
You guys are ahead of me. I haven't
We're way
seen
ahead.
Byron yet.
Damn it. Damn it, Mark.
Oh, that's the
Stop
jacket he
and
wore
restart
last
something.
night. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Gronk didn't change to make it look like different days.
Yeah, but he pulls off the flowers better than Corey Graves.
It's just a fucking bird.
Yeah, it looks like a vampire costume.
Mm-hmm. Be cool if it was red.
I actually think
The
it would
weather's
have
supposed to be
been.
all nice tomorrow.
What's that?
Is the weather supposed to be nice tomorrow?
I don't know.
By 4 o'clock, I'll be 65. I think I'm gonna fix the Jeep tomorrow.
Nice. I'm gonna go for a walk through the park. That's my day tomorrow.
Do it, man. Get out there.
I figured
Yeah,
the park
I was
is
out
safe
front
enough.
today. It's nice. Today was real nice.
I walked to Pep Boys, got my stuff, and they didn't even have the damn O2 sensor I needed.
Man, life is the worst.
No.
It's hitting you the hardest, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah. Financially, it is. I'm just shocked they opened the pay-per-view to this. You can tell, like, this whole match, they just lost faith in it somewhere.
I think it would have been better if Baszler won the Rumble, and then this was kind of like the side story. Like Charlotte said, I want to go for a championship. I'm going to go for the NXT instead of having Charlotte win the Rumble.
Right. Yeah, you're right. I agree 100%.
And I really think the girls hurt the SmackDown title because they could have had someone else win in the Elimination Chamber and go after the SmackDown title.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's 5-way elimination. Like, no one gives a shit about. I mean, no one cares about the.
First name is Rhea.
Nick Burke from Wrestling.
Hey.
What's up, Nick
Got
Burke?
his Sixers hat on.
What's up?
Hey, dude.
What's up?
You're just in time. Just in time, baby.
Did the actual thing start or nah?
Yeah. It just started now. They're doing Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley first match.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
The pre-show match was Liv Morgan versus Natalya, and it was an okay match. Liv Morgan.
I was watching. I was on a Zoom with my family. That's why I couldn't join till now. And I was trying to watch it a little bit. It looked like it was all right, but
yeah,
I'm telling you, this whole fan thing really just. I don't think it was a good decision. I don't think it was.
Honestly, I'm over it just because they got the sound kind of low. I wouldn't be able to hear the fans anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not bothering me at all. It's kind of bugging me that they're in the Performance Center, just because it's such a small stage for WrestleMania. So we're used to seeing it in stadiums by now. You know what I mean?
Well, they said it. Supposedly Vince McMahon tried to do it in the open stadium anyway.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
And they said no. They said no. They wouldn't let them set up shop in the middle of the stadium and do it.
Yeah. Which is weird. You figured it'd be better.
A long ass walk, a super long ass walk.
Yeah.
Through
all the way to the ring.
Through absolutely no one.
Yeah.
On the way down, the non-existent crowd.
I still think they should have done something with, like, somehow get some sort of crowd reaction to it eventually, like, at some point. I do.
Yeah, it should have been some other way, like interactive, like online experience for fans who bought tickets already.
Maybe like you can message up there and your message will pop up. You can talk ish. Like,
well, people are probably live tweeting it.
I think a lot of people live tweeting this. They usually do.
I'm digging Rhea Ripley's outfit.
The Power Girl outfit?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody recognized that but me.
What is it?
Power Girl.
Basically, a Power Girl costume from DC Comics.
Oh.
It's just some nerd culture stuff.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Corey, just because
I always look
doesn't mean it's nerd
I always
culture.
look at their outfits and I always wonder how they put them together, because I never actually had a real formal teaching of how to sew. I always just made it up. I copied all the patterns.
Yeah.
And I always wonder if, like, my sewing stuff is always wrong. And
Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball Z.
Is that what it is?
That's what it seems like.
Oh, what's the one? Yeah, it is, ain't it?
Don't test my nerddom, you nerd.
Hey, she got a haircut before this. I can't get one.
Yeah.
She got her haircut by that referee with the Bert and Ernie haircut. Nick, you should start a podcast with a friend named Ernie and call it Burke and Ernie.
I'm gonna go make a friend named Ernie.
Yeah.
Let me look on Facebook real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll be back. Let me go outside.
That would be the quest alone, is just to find someone named Ernie anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely up there, like the names like Gus and all the other ones that are slowly disappearing.
We need more Gus. The world needs more Gus's.
It's Ernie short for Ernest.
I am very earnest.
I watched one of those a couple days ago. Which one was it? Ernest joins the army or something like that. I think I watched one of them.
Yeah.
Burn.
Burn. You know what I mean?
Not me, burn.
Not me, Burn.
For the life of me, even when I was younger, when I was a kid and he first came out, I had no clue like why he even existed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I had to be like 7, 8 years old, and I'm like, why is this person a thing? I just didn't understand it.
He was like a fan base.
But he didn't have a stand-up comedian. He just had some weird things they did. Burn.
Yeah, he was a mediocre stand-up comedian that
Had a
just
gimmick.
he developed a character. And back in the 80s, a lot of them used to do those characters,
I didn't know he was a comedian.
and it just blew up.
It's like Bobcat Goldthwait, but like he got lucky on some kids flicks.
But it's more, I think it's more in the vein of like Bob Nelson. A lot of you guys probably don't even remember him.
No, I don't know.
No idea.
What Nelson is.
Bob Nelson used to have a bit where he made fun of like all these different. He would go through an entire football team. He would run in and run back out and do different characters on a football team. But he always used to play different characters when he was on stage too. They're both 80s comedians.
Well, Pee Wee Herman started out as a comedian. Like the whole
Yeah, well,
Pee Wee's Playhouse was supposed to be an adult show.
Yeah, it was.
Turned into one.
Yeah. Could be like stage show before all that.
you ever watch Cheech and Chong where he's Hamburger Man in it?
No,
Yeah,
I never saw that.
I'm not sorry.
He does coke with him under the table.
Yes.
Under the table,
this.
he shoves a bottle up his nostril. He's like, hamburger. Go down. Great.
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
I'm not
Oh.
sorry.
Tell me when you guys see that bump.
Why am I still using the straw? I don't have the hood on anymore.
I don't know. You started using them, might as well finish with it.
I'm never wearing this one again. This one is annoying.
Is the other one better?
I gotta get like the other one like sits better on my face. I just look really sad in it.
Wah, wah, wah.
It's just real
Sad luchador.
It's good thing you have that on. You don't want to catch a corona.
So I was telling her, this is what I'm gonna walk around now for now. Outside. I'll just put a little piece of like felt right here.
Yeah.
This one fits better.
I'm getting a cheesesteak. Screw this. Screw this.
Screw this.
Trying to get fit.
I got one earlier.
I'll start my diet tomorrow.
I've been starting
I
a
got one from
diet
Wood Street
tomorrow
Pizza
every day
earlier.
for the last week and a half, I think. Every day I was like, oh, I'll start the diet tomorrow.
Right. It'll happen tomorrow. I'm already drinking, so I figured that's calories, you know?
Yeah.
Steve, you and Corey can play the drinking game.
Yeah.
Are you drinking, Corey? What you drinking? Ooh, a little bit of
Oh,
the MGD or Miller High Life. High Life.
the champagne of beers.
Champagne first.
Burke, what are you drinking?
Moonshine.
Moonshine. Damn. All right, Burke has stepped up the drinking game.
I'm already lit.
Here's the game. Anytime somebody does an insecurity, you got to take a drink.
There you go. There's your drinking game.
Thank God he didn't say super kick.
Yeah.
Well, no, we're not watching AEW.
Yeah.
AEW is super kick all over the place, but
That would have been last night if both the Usos were wrestling. You would have been in deep trouble.
yeah.
All the Usos do a super kick. I rewatched that too. That was a really good match.
Yeah, I really watched some of that. Dude, John Morrison's so good and like really underrated on, underutilized.
I don't think I was gonna say he's not underrated because the fans know how good he is. I just think WWE sees nothing in him but basically a mid-carder.
That's the thing, though. They see that in everybody. It's weird. If you're not like Roman Reigns or somebody like that, it's like you're on the mid card for life, no matter how
They're
good
a brand. They're a brand now, dude. They're not. It's not about wrestlers. They're a brand. So they're going to push what they want to push, and everybody else is just a representative of the brand.
Yeah. All right, we got about 2 minutes left on this stream.
I jumped in late.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, let me
son.
Let me cut this out, and we'll come right back.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Have to do this quickly. Do this quickly before this match ends. As I panic and get nothing done. People are cursing about stuff outside here. What the hell? There we go. And turn this back on. Display capture. Source. Done. I keep on forgetting about the cursor. That's, oh well. Just deal with it. Sorry. I'm doing my best to try and keep the cursor off screen. Sorry if it's bugging anybody. And I have to do this waiting room crap. There we go. All right. It's a pretty good match so far.
She's doing very scientific, just working the knee.
Yeah. Telling that story, baby. It's good story.
Never understood that. Like being someone with multiple knee injuries. Like if your knee hurts, you can't really pull up like that while someone's pulling on your ankle.
Yeah.
It feels like your knee is freaking ripping it apart.
All right, we got Burke back.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello. This concludes our broadcast day. See ya. I ordered my cheesesteak. Oh, I invented that move. No, actually,
Where'd you get a cheesesteak from, Nick?
I don't want to tell people where I live. I already told him something I was trying to hide from him a while ago yesterday.
I know. I'm sorry, man.
You kind of pulled it out of me. But from a local shop that's really good. If you know my town, then it's the town that I live in. Pizza. That's the best I can say.
That Town Pizza.
That Town Pizza. Check out That Town Pizza today.
She didn't.
Oh man.
I think we're all over the place again, not synced up, but I'm just gonna
Why?
roll with it.
Where are you at?
She's Charlotte's chopping Rhea in the middle of the ring.
I got Rhea punching Charlotte in the stomach right now.
I got Charlotte with a handful of hair of Rhea, whipping her in, duck under, kick, flop, kick to the head, and another kick to the head. Should I stop? Should I pause?
No, let's just keep going. Why not?
All right. Anybody watch The Edge 24/7?
Corey did. When Corey comes back, you can talk to him about it.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, Corey watched it.
I needed a break.
Needed a break from Rassle. It was actually pretty good. I just watched it because like way too many people said it was really, really good. So that's why I watched it.
Plus,
I'm going to watch it during the week.
Plus, I knew I was probably going to rewatch Mania from last night, just to see if I missed anything from just chatting with you guys.
Right.
So then I told them I ended up watching Don't F with Cats.
Yeah.
That's a. Dude,
I gotta continue to watch. I'm like 2 episodes into it. I gotta start watching the rest of it.
Yeah, I'm only an episode ahead of you.
Okay. What does Charlotte have on her side? I wonder what's written.
I always wondered that.
I don't know why she doesn't do the same gimmick her father did, but just as a woman. Like, how cool would that be if she sat there and like womanized men? You know what I mean? Like, that would be so awesome. Like, walking into the arena and have any man I want. Woo!
That would be cool.
Like, I think that would be awesome.
I would love to see her do the old Flair front face bump.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
Flip over, and then the boom, boom.
The front face bump was great.
When she gets older and probably has to slow down, maybe that's what she'll start doing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt she slows down soon, man. They're trying to get this whole women's movement ahead. She's done a lot of insane stuff. Some of those cage matches and some of the other stuff she's done already. Her and Sasha Banks, it's got to be catching up already.
See, my theory on it is you could probably do that type of stuff where, like, like back in her father's day, like, you really couldn't do it all the time like she does it. But
yeah,
I think you could do it for like twice as long here in WWE because of all the precautions that they have. They have so much. Like, you come back and you have a real legit doctor that's going to look at you. Whereas,
I think the sports science is way more advanced too.
Oh,
so the therapy and everything else they can put you through to get you back into shape.
Right.
That is true.
Where before it's like you walk back and there's a doctor and he's like, "Are you walking? Yeah, you're okay." You know what I mean? Like that's it.
It's getting a little dark over here.
I remember getting.
I can't get enough light in here. I don't know what's up in maybe it's my computer. Maybe I should use my other computer. I have another computer that for some reason Zoom looks really good on.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll pull that computer out next time.
This is a Microsoft Surface, man. How old's it now, Rick? I think I had this during 3 years because of the podcast.
Yeah.
The camera on is fantastic.
Yeah.
I got an HP 2-in-1 that's that the camera it's really, really good. Like, this computer is a good 7-8 years old. Maybe that's why. But it's just got like a really high RAM in there. So that's why I use it all the time.
I paid a lot of money for this thing now. So that better have a good camera in it.
Yeah.
Right back to the knee. She's doing a really good scientific match. It's very rare to see.
This is really good.
Oh.
They're giving them time.
Yeah.
I don't know how these people don't wear knee pads.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Do you guys see her? She has Do you see her in the submission?
Yeah, the standing, whatever that is.
Reverse clover relief. That's pretty
Yeah.
wicked. I mean, it doesn't really do much, honestly, but like
It looks really good.
legit, it doesn't. It looks cool, but legit, it doesn't. Like she has to step in. She has to go to the side with that and pull back on her back.
See, I'm there now. I just got to it now.
So we're not that far off from each other.
Yeah, we're not Corey size far off.
Where is
What happened
Corey?
to him?
Yeah, where's he at?
I don't know. I've been texting him. He's not answering.
Probably took a dump.
Is his lady at the apartment?
I don't know. Is Chris his lady? Over there, Chris.
Dude just kept yelling from the kitchen instead of sitting on the couch with him.
Who's Chris?
Somebody named Chris
His roommate.
Boyd. I don't know who he is.
Oh, no,
He's still getting random guys as his roommate. Like maybe he should stop doing that.
Yeah, I don't.
He lost his PlayStation because of the last round.
Yeah, last thing.
It's a nice Boston crab.
He's got to sit on the back too.
I'm not there yet, Rick.
Well, honestly, this version's more painful than just like the Rick Martel sit down version.
Really? You
I think so. Yeah, like that always took the wind out of me more. Like it was always harder for me to breathe that way.
Yeah, I can see that then. Yeah.
With the half line tamer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like you're up and then I guess so. And that makes sense too because I remember John Dahmer when I don't know if like I had a submission. It was the Texas Cloverleaf with a knee in the back.
Yeah.
So like you were like that, like the way that you were. It was like up here was on the mat, and I remember Dahmer saying he couldn't breathe, so he had to tap out earlier than he wanted to. So maybe that makes sense. Like with the angle of it, maybe that's why.
Was he pissed about it, or was it just like? No.
I mean, he didn't sound like but he said, "Yeah, that shoot hurts. Couldn't breathe. Might want to rethink that one." Oh, man.
Did you ever take Dahmer's camel clutch? Oh my god. He ranches that back, man. Oh my god.
I thought you were going to say his whatever with 1,000 Maniacs.
Oh, that I'm taking,
Yeah, I've never taken that, but I might have taken the camel clutch. I'm not sure. I wrestled so many times.
Yeah.
I don't know. I forget. I wrestled in. Somebody's got the corona.
It's just a sneeze. Don't worry about it.
I wrestled in like different characters too, in different phases of his character development. I don't know what he might have been. What type of style he might have been doing at that time, at the times. I forget. I forget. So was there ever anything on the internet, on the interwebs about Undertaker's thing on his arm?
They said it was real.
But what happened? What was it?
They just said he ended up cutting himself on the glass. But I think what it was is a piece of glass lodged in his forearm. That's why he was swelling out like a ball.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that was legit. I guess he was supposed to break the glass, but I guess the glass didn't break the way they thought it would.
Yeah.
And they just said it was great because it added to the story.
Yeah. Part of it. Yeah. I like it. I think that now they're probably going to have a match like that at every Mania. Something that they slide in there or something.
Well, I listened to this guy Simon Miller, and he's saying that might be a good way to for longevity wise, if they want to keep going with the Undertaker, they could do these video, almost like little mini movies every time he wrestles.
Yeah,
that'd be really good.
Welcome back, Corey.
Hi.
Welcome back, buddy. Hi, guy.
Look how bright your room is.
Yeah, I turned this little light on right here so that you guys can see me pretty well.
That's what you need. That's what you need there, Nick. Just grab your lamp.
Just move your lamp in front of you.
Is the cord gonna reach? There you go. You can see a little better now.
Just swing the light bulb in front of you over and over.
Get a light here. See if this will work. It doesn't work.
I don't know. I got an idea.
Is she gonna quit?
Got an idea. Uh-oh.
She quit.
Man.
She quit. She quit. Charlotte just won the NXT Women's Championship.
Nobody beat Charlotte. I told you, man. It's just...
That's
Charlotte gets to beat every big name.
Is Rhea Ripley a big name?
She was starting to be.
I mean, bigger in NXT, I guess.
She was starting to be a name, and she could beat her.
That's
That's a little too bright.
Is that better? Anything?
Yeah, it's better, man.
I need one of those like circle lights that that they have for
like Instagram model chicks.
Yeah. I'm an Instagram model. Follow me on the gram.
On the grams. I can't tell if this light is better or worse.
On that show, Kidding, the Jim Carrey show, the like there was a family and the dad went into jail, and the mom was like in this like fancy dress, and she sat under the lamp, and she's like, "Get over here, baby, take my picture. It's for blackpeoplemeet.com."
Next girlfriend I have, I'm going to say that's where we met. Meet.com.
There's somebody never. It would be insane, though.
Oh, wow, Big Show's on
It would only happen because the person would know that they're about to get us wrestle like a wild vessel or something. That would be crazy.
Who's listening to what? I hear something. Who's listening?
Something.
Wait, is this Urkel in this?
Yeah, it's Urkel and Big Show.
Urkel and Big Show are in a sitcom together.
Makes sense.
I might need to see this.
And Urkel's gonna. No, Steve Urkel.
Oh, really?
Come up.
Jill
Did I
White,
do that?
Big Show?
Yeah.
Swallow it.
The Big Show's catchphrase on the show is going to be, "Did I do that?"
Sure.
Because he's so big, he just breaks things.
Did I break that?
Did I break that?
I'll watch it, man. I'll give him a chance. Big Show's pretty funny.
It's a sitcom.
Oh,
Could be funny.
That's my dream, dude. My dream is to do sitcom acting.
Yeah.
my back hurts from all the sleeping, doing nothing.
Yeah, my back hurts from all this not bumping.
My back hurts from carrying you, Jamokes.
Oh, I want to make that my like my Twitter handle or something.
What's
my back
that?
hurts.
My back hurts.
Yeah.
My back hurts from all
My
the
back hurts. I want to make that my Twitter handle.
Oh yeah,
Tracheotomy.
My back hurts.
Yeah, that would be real cool.
With
dude.
3 S's.
With 3 S's.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah. I'm gonna lounge back and relax.
Yeah, are you doing comedy shows with like Zoom?
No, the last one I did was the one you came to.
Yeah, well, why don't you guys do a thing? I don't know if you can. Why don't you just do like a half-hour comedy show where you guys do comedy, like you sell it to people for like $2, and you get everybody to pay $2, and then fans, and then you have like 40 people on there, and then like maybe there's 6 comedians, you all do 5 minutes.
You've got some real sweet dreams there, Nicholas. I don't think that 40 people are gonna tune in to watch comedians do comedy in front of no one doing any reacting. It's like just the same as this. We need crowd reaction.
Well, but then you can hear everybody laughing.
But then everyone will just speak over you and heckle you and shit.
Well, then you send your bouncer out to their house. I mean, come on. What do you? I mean, do I have to answer everything for you? It's common sense. All right, maybe you're right.
I mean, what if the audience was just like seriously? What if you just got like 10 comedians or 12 comedians for like an open mic night, but it's just on Zoom? No fans are around. It's just you guys are the audience. You just agree to be respectful and not, not like heckle each other.
I mean, I'm sure that's a thing somewhere. I'm just not a part of it.
So invent it.
Invent it.
No, I see people posting about stuff like that on the Philly comedy boards, but it doesn't seem good. It doesn't seem. I don't know.
Then sit on your ass at home and do nothing, you jabroni.
Yeah.
What I'm doing? Stop yelling at me.
Just sit at home and make no money.
Yeah.
Nick, we got to stop feeding these guys $1 million ideas. We got to keep them for ourselves.
Yeah, I know. Me and Rick are going to do it. We're going to host our own comedy.
Yeah.
Of course, mine's all going to be like, stolen comedy, but it's all right.
Comedy Central roasts.
I'm just going to do some stuff I saw on Star Search back in like 87.
Nobody will ever know.
Yeah, enough time's gone by.
It's going to be Nick Mencia.
That's definitely what I would be if I was a comedian. 100%.
Yeah.
Too late to come up with my own stuff.
And your name and your catchphrase can be Nick Mencia wouldn't want to be ya. That could be on your shirts.
On my shirts I sell. Yeah, so wait. So what's up with AJ? So now is AJ done?
He's dead. He just got buried.
He's
He'll show up on Monday Night Raw.
He's
nothing
gonna-
ever happened.
Fine.
Well, they might have him. They might have him come back as like a Taker character. Like he had the Druids. He had like all the hearse. Like he's buried alive. He's dead. He comes back as the dead man while Taker's doing the American Badass.
He comes back as Ghost Dad.
Yeah, he comes back as Ghost Dad. Uncle Alan, dead Uncle Alan.
I see him come back as humbled and slowly start facing back into a face.
That'd be fun.
And then when they finally bring Adam Cole up with the boys,
that's cool. Oh, that's awesome. Sorry,
That's a neat little thing.
Yeah.
you guys are too ahead of me.
Sorry.
He looks like an orc from Lord of the Rings.
Ooh.
Oh, boy,
Yeah.
You will eat man flesh.
oh, shit.
It reminds me of like something that the Devil's Rejects would wear or something.
It's like something out of what World of Warcraft.
Yeah, there you go. That's more like it.
Mixed with Maleficent.
That's really World of Warcraft.
Pesky humans.
We're waiting for Flow Rider to pop up.
Maybe we'll fuck with some shit.
There's no Flow Rider this week. This day either.
No.
Cool, though.
Sucks, man.
Oh, what's that, dude?
Illuminati.
What the fuck is
All
that?
through your body. Blows
Who's
like a
watching?
fucking body.
Wait, that's not hanging, is that?
No, it's augmented reality.
Okay.
Oh, that's your boy. Oh, you're off camera.
Yeah.
Is that your
Yeah.
producer?
Augmented reality.
Is that your producer?
Yes, it's my producer. That's my Jamie.
Who is it?
Emo.
Who is it?
It's Chris.
Oh, hey, Chris. What's
Chris
up?
Boyd.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Boy.
Boyd.
Boy.
All right, I'm calling for this to be a squash.
It's gonna be a squash.
I think it's going to be a squash. I don't think Alistair goes over. What does he call
I
that
don't
kick?
know, man. I never know because you never know what they're gonna like. One day Bobby's a killer, next day he loses. Like
Right.
I like that. I like that Bobby's like wearing like better gear.
He's got long tights.
Yeah,
could've
the
made his
new
gear.
gear.
I want house.
Damn it.
Shit.
I don't think I've ever seen him in long tights.
Yeah, he's been wearing the same shorts with the bald Jesus on the back for like
Jesus.
for like 20 years.
It's been his thing.
Look at his gross ear.
It's a badge of honor, man.
I like flower ear.
Speaking of gross ears,
Well, that was not
Matt
good.
Bomboy's on the chat. Say hi to Matt Bomboy.
Hi, Matt Bomboy.
Why does he just join in?
I don't mean gross. I mean it's a cool ear.
Cool.
Cool
Where's Matt
ear.
Flowers at today?
Cool of flowers. I don't know. He was here. I don't know if he's still here. I can't see who's here and who's not.
What a jerk. The jerk store called. Looks like they're out of you.
It's almost like a Black Adam theme. All he needs is the lightning bolt.
Yeah.
A what?
Black Adam, another DC comic.
Lightning bolt.
Lightning
Pretty
bolt.
much, The Rock's going to play Black Adam soon.
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt.
The Rock's supposed to play him soon.
Dude, Mark's desperate to get nerd points on this podcast.
Well,
He's trying real hard.
For DC references.
he's got him.
Nerd points.
All right, time for me to re-up on my drink.
Yeah.
Gotta get that moonshine in.
I got moonshine.
I got apple pie moonshine in my fridge.
Well, boy. Oh, geez.
Stuff is awesome.
Whoop. Where are you guys on this match? Where are you at on this?
Bobby's got him in a barrel.
Oof. It's just a overhead belly to belly suplex on the outside.
Belly to belly on the outside. Is that where?
That's where I just saw. Yeah. They're doing the replay now.
Replays. Moonsault.
So it's not a squash then.
No, it's not squash. Surprised.
No, I mean,
Bobby's so good at getting his one arm underneath the dude to get extra height when he flips him over. If you watch, he puts his arms underneath. Instead of a suplex, he's basically just tossing him.
you should be the analyst.
I just like it, man.
Analyst.
Instead of shoulders he's got on, he should be able to throw someone. Look at those things.
Lana, though.
Lana. She have a boob job? Or where she always like at?
She was always like that.
They've always been.
Just never noticed, I guess.
Well, you weren't single before.
I think
So
the
it
last
was.
time he saw her was Saudi Arabia, and they had her in a full, like, from
Yeah.
neck down outfit.
And maybe that's what it was.
Maybe you just never saw that much cleavage.
It's just so odd that she's still here and you have no idea where Rusev is.
Yeah.
Vladimir Rusla? What was his name? Yeah, Vladimir Rusla.
This was Vladimir?
Vladimir!
Was it something else?
Was it Alexander Rusev, maybe?
I thought it was something like that.
Yeah. Rusev Day.
That's a shame too. He started getting big again, and people were actually doing Rusev Day chants and everything.
They killed that real quick, right?
Yeah.
Then his contract came up, and he's been fighting it.
I thought this was supposed to be a squash.
Yeah, Rick.
I was wrong, all right? I was wrong.
Steve Black's old partner. And for a minute.
Aleister Black wasn't in a tag team.
All right, who do you have? Johnny.
Yeah, he was. He was with Ricochet.
He was with Ricochet.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
right.
yeah, when they first
He did
brought
that
him up.
NXT. Like,
That's right.
I forgot.
And then there were 2 other dudes that they were tag team. Johnny and something.
DIY.
yeah, it was DIY.
Do it yourself.
Who's DIY?
There's Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa.
Gargano and Black has a nice match.
It was Alexander Rusev.
It's the something I would expect to see on Monday night, though.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll pull it out. They'll do a little something extra for us. Because, WrestleMania. In case anybody forgot.
I'm just looking at the sternum piece, remembering how much that sucks.
What, the tattoos?
Getting tattooed on the sternum. Woo! And I don't even have half the amount of work we've done.
I do want to get here done. Like, does that hurt really bad?
Rib cage underneath.
Yeah.
The outlining is going to suck, and depending on how much shading and all you get, it should be okay.
But not like here. I've been afraid to get shading because this.
Not here or here so much. Right here.
The problem with that is because it's a script. You never get used to it because they keep pulling it out and just hitting you with like separate lines over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. My finger kept on going like I wasn't doing it. It was my finger was going like that every time he would hit it.
Yeah.
Like he was yelling at me. You're hitting my nerve. I don't know what to tell you. But so I wanted to get this shaded, but that hurts so much that I was like, I don't know if I want to do it.
Just say I got good artists in your area if you need to talk to anybody.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll just have to get put under. Just gonna have to do it.
Well, if you go to Valor, talk to Cello. Valor and Langhorn.
Cello. I wouldn't.
This episode brought to you by Rassle and Langhorn.
I don't know if that's close to parts unknown or not.
Langhorn, Tennessee.
I don't know where Nick lives.
I thought I told you. I'll tell you later.
It's right down the street from.
Langhorn might be a nice little middle spot.
Listen to Delco, yo. Delco.
It's not far.
It's right down the street from That Town Pizza.
I was gonna say it's close to where Corey lives, actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
sure.
Yeah, I can get to Langhorn. I have transportation. Let's say.
I was gonna say they also have a shop in Trevose.
Ooh.
If you go to the Trevose one, talk to my boy Shane.
That's where I got my license in Trevose.
Me
my
too.
driver's license.
Same. That was it.
So match is over. Bobby Lashley staring with his fake eyebrows.
So it wasn't a squash, but Black still wins. Aleister Black still wins, I should say.
Wait, does Bobby Lashley have boots that tie up in the back and the front?
I'm gonna have to see him again. I don't know. I didn't notice.
I thought of these things to get onto your to start to create for the. I'm not going to say nothing because then somebody's going to make it up.
No one's listening. Who cares?
That was not the best black mask.
No.
Wasn't the
I
best?
thought that match was pretty cool.
I like when he comes
It was an okay match. Like I said, it's something you would have seen on Raw, though.
Yeah, it was like very run of the mill. Like could have been. It wasn't a WrestleMania match, but it was a decent match.
Well, I don't think any of this stuff really lives up to being Philadelphia. In Philadelphia. Anything like WrestleMania style matches. Like,
Yeah, it's like a lazy in your house.
Except for I don't get to win a house.
yeah. Whatever happened to that guy who won the house of in your house? Like
He turned
they had to
into a
pay
meth
taxes.
lab. There was a,
What?
You do have to pay the taxes, right?
oh yeah. Yeah, they're not gonna give you a house tax free. You have to pay bills and stuff. I just thought it'd be funny if you
Well,
turned
you
it
can
into like
actually,
a meth lab or something like that and just got raided by the cops.
if I'm right, if I'm right though, you can actually get a mortgage on the taxes. You
Really?
can set it up. Yeah, I think you can find a way to do it that way.
Taxes are so small. I mean, well, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
So you're looking at what, like
tax-
97 when a house costs $100,000?
I use tax to like hang up posters and stuff, and I know how small they are.
You right there, Mark?
That was awesome. Nope.
You okay?
Don't ever say that again, please. That was great, dude. Reaction time was perfect for that.
So they're having Money in the Bank Sunday, May 10th.
No, they don't.
It ain't happening.
Yeah.
Ain't ever happening.
If it happens, it happens. If he dies, he dies.
They better not do another one like this, though.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just about, over this thing.
Yeah, the Shrizzling Jits.
I'm fine
Shrizzling
with it.
jits.
I'm enjoying the show so far. Am I the only one? The hell?
No, yeah, no. I was saying about if they did Money in the Bank in an empty arena would suck.
The
Why? The ladder
action's
match last
good.
night was awesome.
Yeah, the ladder match was great, but I mean, like, I just
You know Money in the Bank's a ladder match, right?
yeah, but it's you can only deal with like big ladder bumps without hearing a crowd reaction for so long.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
like,
disagree.
you have like no real adrenaline either from the crowd to like hide like all the pain from like falling. Dude, they are still riding, man.
All right, we're,
You know what it's like, dude? You know what it's like? It's like the Ultraviolet Underground. Remember that?
Yeah?
Rick?
I remember
I think
that.
you did one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In an empty
I
arena,
did.
it was fine. I don't know. I enjoyed it.
You
Nick, you froze. Or did everybody freeze? My
It was a
internet's
death
lagging.
match in an empty arena.
wait,
What happened?
wait. Explain what you did. I kind of vaguely remember you maybe did.
Yeah,
What,
it was a 6-man tag. It was DJ Hyde and I know Jude was in there. I think maybe GQ. I don't remember. It was like a weird 6-man. It was like Winter faces Necro Butcher in on the next show or something like that.
So did you just lose on purpose?
Yeah, I did not want to fight Necro Butcher.
You want to get stapled in the head by a hillbilly from West Virginia?
I'm good. I'm all set.
And this one's for Joe Exotic.
All right, since we got commercials going on, we only got 5 minutes left of the stream. We're going to take another break. And jump back on, come right back. Don't nobody go no place, baby. Showing, Brett, hey, what's going on? Hey, commercials, what? Commercials, what? Gotta remove that. And we're sending the Zoom out again. Why do I not have an invite? Sorry for that, Belch. It had to happen. Wawa's coming back to bite me. And send. And back to this. Add source, display capture, add source, and done. Alright, take off the cursor, thank you very much. Alright, I remember this time, babies. There we go. Back to Zoom. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? There's the thing, okay. And alright, we're back here. We got We got Tucky.
Tucker. Wait, where am I?
You see? I see you.
Where am I? I don't see any of you.
I can see
Hold on.
you.
Hold on.
Did you break it?
Well, I had it in tablet mode, so I got to fix it now. There we go. Now I can find it. There we go.
All right. Let me take a bathroom break while we're doing the recap of Otis and Ziggler.
Hello, everybody. We're about to watch Tucker or Otis and Dolph Ziggler. I'm burned out. I've been doing this like multiple hours for 2 days. I have nothing funny to say. How do you get the intro picture?
Allows you to file your bi-weekly claim.
Are you filing your bi-monthly claim while you're talking, or like on the phone? What do I want to order? Food do I want? $7 off the $50 order. Who's spending $50? Where's Rex Pizza? 15th and Race? Yeah, he's here. Uh-oh.
What's up?
You're half cat, half dog in the background.
Half cat, half dog, with his wiener hanging out. Baxter's up here. Baxter.
Yeah, man, like I said, if I had $500 I could throw away in everything that's going on, I would have went and adopted a dog like the first week. It would have gave me
I
enough
wish
time.
you did.
It would have gave me enough time while I'm stuck at home to train one and get them ready.
Right. Get them all good. Yep.
All right. Finally, a match I was actually looking forward to watching.
Dolph Ziggler out here with Sonya.
He is such a good wrestler, Dolph.
Sonya Deville looks like Liz and Liz, like the pretty Liz from the Kroll Show.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Look up publicity.
Liz and Liz, yeah. Some Kroll.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Bro.
This is funny as shit. Liz and Liz.
She's like Jersey hot.
Tuna.
It's based off
Jersey
our
hot.
names.
Yeah, Jersey hot. Exactly.
So is she going to come out with him?
Oh no.
That would that reveal would suck if she just came straight out with him.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome me back, anyway.
You're not getting any of my food.
Right now we're watching the Steve Love of wrestling. Only Rick's going to get that one.
Yeah, it's just me. That was a joke just for me.
Baxter, get down. Hey.
Yeah, I think I'm a little behind somebody. I heard somebody's bell going.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Yeah, mine was a couple seconds after that.
His backs are begging. He's trying to get that cheesesteak.
Trying to get it out of his way.
Baxter's gonna get on the thing and he's gonna say, "I'm not a mark." Hey, hey, you.
Think of that. Where is Niles Young? That Mark, him and his dumb Mark kid.
I'll shoot him a text and see if he wants to be on here.
So I was gonna say, Bomb Boy could have jumped on. I mean, the Bull Club was on last night, so he won't get too angry.
He doesn't like him. He doesn't like the Bullet Club.
Nah, the whole story and his and Corey's symbol that he thinks the Bullet Club lifted.
The Team New Era symbol.
Yeah.
He thinks that the Bullet Club ripped him off because he did a match. He did a show with Luke Gallows once.
Well, maybe.
Like I said, man, it could have been one of those weird subconscious things where he saw it once and never realized where he saw it from. And
Otis can totally be like this generation's Fred Ottman, like the tugboat.
Yeah.
Start a new. We need a new. What was it? A Taskmaster or whatever it was.
you know, he's like a.
That was Kevin Sullivan.
Or Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
What am I thinking of? What the Stormtrooper?
Duggan, too.
You know, he's legit too, right? He's like a freak, like amateur wrestler.
I did not know.
Who?
Otis.
Really?
Yeah. See if I can find pictures of him. See if I can find pictures of when he used to wrestle, like college. Let's see if I just put amateur.
Oh, he doesn't look like an amateur wrestler now. What the heck, man?
I think they pushed the gimmick of him being so wide. Like, I think they actually want him to be fat.
Right. Until it gets to be too unhealthy, and then they're going to like bitch at him.
Yeah, exactly. Can you see that? That's him.
Oh, wow. Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Yeah, he was a collegiate wrestler, man. He was a beast.
If he doesn't win this one, maybe he'll win the next one.
The next one. Jeez, man. Taking comedy lessons from Corey Castle there.
He didn't even hear it.
He's busy.
You weren't even paying attention. Were you? What?
What happened? Yeah, we can't read your
He's
lips.
muted.
Why isn't your audio happening? What's going on here?
Turn your audio off. Turn your audio off until it's over.
Oh, no, I got it. There we go. Yeah, you're muted for some reason. Sorry about that, Corey.
I'm filing my
Oh,
You're going to work.
You muted yourself.
Sorry, go back to work. Sorry, didn't mean to bother you during work. My bad. That's funny. Got to file for my unemployment going to work these. Sunday night. I'm glad he's able to
collect.
get that.
Yeah.
How about you guys? Are both of you guys able to collect?
I'm waiting to hear back from I filed about a week and a half ago. I'm still waiting for the they got to send you the PIN number.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for that. So that's been a while. Actually, I should probably look into that again. I think
you're able to get through it. A lot of people aren't able to get through.
Yeah. I heard something like it's like 6.5 million people are on unemployment right now.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's why they're ending all this by the end of the month.
Yeah.
I can't afford it.
Am I still muted on your
No.
guys?
I'm not unemployed.
We can hear you.
Furloughed. I have been furloughed.
How about you? So what's furloughed mean? I don't even know what it means.
Means your job has no work for you. So it means I am not fired, but I cannot work. They cannot provide work for me.
Can you get unemployment?
Yeah. I filed earlier this week.
Yeah, mine keeps saying like I filed and I'm trying to do the biweekly claim right now, but it's saying like that it's temporarily disabled or temporarily out of order, and for me to try again later.
Awesome.
Yeah. Right now I'm dealing with tomorrow. There's like 2 different restaurant groups I gotta apply for, where I can get about $500 a piece from them, but I have to prove that I worked like 30 hours a week and all this other crazy stuff. And then the other one is the United States Bartending Guild. I applied for that too for a couple grand. Then give me a grant up to almost 3,000. But I have to go through the same hoops. I already sent them my furlough paperwork. So now I got to wait for them to approve me for the second round, and then I have to show them how many hours I actually worked in a bar. And it has to be 30 hours or more. They won't even talk to you.
I'm sure you worked that.
For a week?
Dude, I worked 20 to 30 hours. No, 22 to 34 hours at the Institute a week. And that was just 3 days. And then I worked at Fillmore at least 2 to 3 days a week, another 12 hours a week. So 12 to 18 hours a week.
You kicked him right in the butt.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think he actually got his foot all the way around to the to the beanbag.
oh, it looked like he did a little tappy tap on the.
Little butt kick.
I don't know.
How many people want to kick some butts?
I do.
Oh man.
No.
Oh no!
We're not going to get any. We're not going to get any Sozio tonight, nor
What?
are we going to get any Eddie Valentine.
We're getting some Eddie.
No, he can't do it.
Damn it!
Why? What's he got to do? It's WrestleMania, and everybody's supposed to be at home.
Well,
Like,
he's
what else is he doing?
he's working at a convenience store.
Well, it's not too convenient for us, though, is it?
You're going to beat up our own friend?
Yeah, it's more
Speeding up our own
inconvenient
friend.
store. How about that?
I don't
Oh man.
I don't see any of that as grounds to like beat up your best friend.
Yeah. Oh, we got a hug.
Yeah, you guys are way ahead of me.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Mandy Rose she is something.
She looks like a created diva on an old WWE video game.
Are they together in real life? IRL?
Oh, damn, they are now. Woohoo!
What about yeah, it's like James Ellsworth and Carmella. It's the same sort of situation.
Is it?
I have no idea. I'm just
With Tino Sabatelli.
yes. Riddick Moss's old tag partner in NXT.
Yeah, I think he kicked him right in the butt cheek.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks to me like he tapped him in the nuts. The cojones.
The yam bag.
Every time he does a caterpillar, it looks like he smacks his face into the mat.
That was a decent match.
Got that belly juice.
It was as long as it needed to be.
Yeah.
No.
Good job. Good job, everybody.
All right. I need to order food.
What do you use, Mark? You use DoorDash?
No, I use Grubhub.
Grubhub?
But Grubhub's like super expensive now.
Yeah. Ooh, just a commercial for the network, really? Come on, people.
Is this a commercial for what we're already watching?
Yep. Well, the network.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta love having you have a commercial for the network you're already.
Live today.
Are they streaming this anywhere else? Is this on like the ESPN app or anything like that?
It's on the Fox app. You have to
Fox
pay
app.
for it though, but it's on the Fox app.
I guess that's what this is for. I don't know.
Network too. Maybe that's what they're going to do. Like those Undertaker matches will specifically be on like the other pay-per-views. That like it won't be on the network. It'll be on like Fight Network or something. They have to pay like a lot of money for. You know. Maybe that's what they'll start doing.
Maybe.
Phillips.
Not that.
Not bad.
Is this the match that's next? Is it finally that time?
I think it's the last man standing match right now. Yeah. You're gonna have lots of gimmicks all over the place.
On this day, I see clearly. I mark out for both of these theme songs. Both Edge and Norton.
Hey, I thought somebody say what happened to. I don't
Down.
remember the old Randy Orton theme song.
Yeah. Burning My Light, I think it's called.
Such an asshole, dude.
No, something like that.
By Alderbridge?
Yeah.
The song's by Alderbridge. I don't know the name. I can look it up.
So I had a thing today. I put it on Facebook, and I was wondering if I'm the only person who feels this way. How does popcorn still exist when we learned how to like we cook corn? You know, how come that doesn't turn into popcorn? Like there's popcorn, and then there's just corn that's cooked, whether it's on a cob or not.
I don't know. I don't
Maybe
know
it's
how
a certain temperature. Maybe it's a certain temperature that.
I'm not high enough for this.
What?
I don't know.
I'm not high enough for this.
I don't know how they get popcorn kernels.
From corn.
Yeah, but it's not like if you
Try that.
if you peel back, what does that call? If you like shuck the corn and like you take off that weird leaf skin, the husk. Thank you. Yeah. If you take all that off, it's just corn on the cob. Like it's not like popcorn kernels.
Right.
It's not like the hard kernels. So where do the hard kernels come
What?
from?
So was it when it's inside?
It's corn altogether.
That's I don't know where they get the popcorn kernels from. Is it something they're coated with?
Yeah, it's alien stuff.
Yeah.
It's got a whole layer of Orville on it. Orville record.
Romulan technology.
Yeah. Got some food on the way. This is the best Randy Orton's been in I don't know how long.
Yeah.
I think it's getting close to his swan song too. I think he's gonna fade himself out. Did he
I don't know, man.
resign? Wasn't his contract back up?
I think Rick's sigh means it all. We could just read the sigh.
What?
When he was like, I think he's gonna hang it up, and you were like,
I didn't mean anything. I don't care if he stays or goes, to be honest with you. I don't know. If he's done, he's done. I don't think he is, though. He's that guy that rides around on the tour bus, and he's always icing himself down and taking care of himself really, really well. So I don't know. I think he can go for a while.
if you got the guts, bring your stinking butts to WrestleMania.
Ed just hit me up. I'm going to see if he wants to jump in.
Yeah, why not?
Yes.
Does he care about WrestleMania?
He don't care. He's not watching it. He's been riding quads all day with that and a bunch of Jeep Wranglers going mudding all day. He's out in Scranton.
Pandemic life.
I am shocked that this is the middle.
What, you think it was a bit closer to Maine?
If I set it up, I would have done Otis after this match.
Why?
I think it would have changed. I think this match is going to be like exhausting. And I think he needs something goofy like the Otis match after that. Well, I guess.
Well, they can break it up with the 5-way elimination women's.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, I still think Brock and Drew are going to be the main, probably. I don't know, man. Do you think we're going Firefly Funhouse for the main?
No.
No? You don't think it's going to be like Taker and Styles from last night?
No, probably not. I mean, I think it'll probably be like that, but I don't think it'll be last. Like, they'll probably cut back to watch the Brock Drew match.
That's what I say.
I believe you.
Belches on this podcast. What's going on? Okay.
Ed said he'll text when he gets back home. He's still quadding.
Jesus.
He's living that hillbilly life, man.
Out of nowhere.
Randy gonna come from the other side of the building and attack him.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
He had to dress up for it. He had to go incognito.
Can you check your text for me, Rick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Why not just tell me?
I thought it'd be neat.
All right. A surprise for no one who knows who this is?
Right, exactly.
Oh.
Ah.
So he's wearing. What is he?
He's wearing clothes. But he ain't supposed to be wearing clothes, though.
Must be wearing his underbritches.
I'm going to wait until we have to restart, and then I'll invite him. I'll invite him on.
Okay.
Who's that?
Now he's taking them clothes off.
GQ. I don't know if anybody remembers GQ from CZW.
Woo! I do.
Yeah, dude.
JQ.
RKO, though.
So that's 2 RKOs off the bat.
They're gonna start the match.
There's the bell didn't even ring yet.
Yeah, it did. Oh, it did for me. I don't know if it did for you.
Oh,
Did
sorry.
for me. Tell you what.
Well, I tell you what, at least he's not wearing his clothes anymore. That's okay.
That guy took off his clothes. I mean,
What kind of man fights with his clothes on?
I don't know what kind of man it is who has his britches on when he's.
Why is there just a camera laying?
Jesus. This has been my neighborhood all day.
Huh?
Oh, the cops.
I don't-
Really? I wonder why.
I heard, dude, earlier I heard this girl talking trash, just mouthing off. 2 seconds later, I hear help. Help me! Yeah. I look out the window. There's 4 kids who are about 11 years old and younger, just teeing off on her. Just all of them, just throwing bombs.
Jesus.
And she's just lying in the street
She
taking
was
it.
talking trash.
I was like, what the heck is going on? And this car swoops up. One of the doors pop open. The lady jumps into the car and speeds off down Toronto.
Well,
This
she got
is
help. I
all
guess that's
day
good.
in my neighborhood. This is all day.
Neat.
I forgot that they were in the performance center. I don't know why. I was like, I just expected to see like concessions and things, you know. Instead, they're back in like the trophy room or whatever, the gym.
With the Dusty Trophy.
Yeah.
You get to see the Dusty Trophy.
They're gonna go take bumps in the cushiony ring.
Stay 6 feet away from them.
I think everybody who walked in there was like tested for the COVIDs.
So they're taking this fight through the place, huh?
Hit him with the medicine ball.
Supposed to get to the Undertaker match without having to have a set.
What's he gonna do? Hang him up with the TRX?
Ooh. Got that Bible ready.
Pulling an old.
I accept it yesterday. No more.
I saw this on the Ben Law News one time. I really don't think that they should have been doing that. Like, was it Benoit? Like, that's like it's on a weight set and everything. Oh wait, you guys didn't get to that part yet.
I'm here now.
Yeah, I'm not up to that.
All right, I can't comment. Tell me where you guys are. I got to figure out where you guys are at. Oh man, I got some good jokes.
Okay.
Shitty workout.
Right, he's gonna start doing shoulder shrugs.
Dear God, people.
Sorry. Burns.
It'd be funny if somebody
Burn.
had on the heaviest weight, he would have just dropped to the ground. So it was on the lightest fucking weight.
He's got to throw talcum powder in his eyes real hard.
He's counting them
I
down
need to
and
see
out
that happen.
in a gym. He's not even in the ring.
It's the last man standing match.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, neat.
Yeah, I wanted you to get it. I wanted you to get this drawing.
It's kind of original though.
Yeah.
Fighting in all the Rogue equipment.
Yeah, I think it's different doing like aces.
I take a kettlebell and just boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Universal weight set champion.
Yeah. Universal weight set champion.
Real quick, sit-up competition, yo.
The gyms usually just have folding tables laying around.
This one does.
No, unless it's like Pizza Monday at Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
But they have plenty of judgment at the Performance Center. It's Planet Fitness, zero judgment, judgment free. You can't judge.
No.
That's why I go there and eat an entire pizza by myself. Like, go ahead, say something.
While on the treadmill.
While on a treadmill, right under the sign that says "Judgment Free Zone." Just daring
Tell you
people.
what,
Just
Edge
daring
is
people
in-
to say something.
Edge is insane shape.
Yeah. It's a
That
little.
one-
It's a little hard for me to wrap my mind around the fact that we're watching Edge versus Randy Orton in 2020.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty cool. Oh God, what is this?
Oh jeez.
I think after they're done, they say they have to take her and say thanks for the house.
What the heck? Oh, that was neat. So
Gotta stay in the gym the whole time.
Why not? Totally different environment. It's like playing the old video game.
Yeah.
And you got to fight in different areas.
But his neck's messed up.
You're right, though, Nick. I see a whole stack of kettlebells in the background. It's just there's a lot of potential just being wasted over there.
Yeah, they're just ready. They're ready for him.
Edge has the gorilla ones at his house. They showed him on that documentary last night.
Oh,
the ones from On It.
Yeah.
I must have missed. I saw the episode, but I must not have caught onto that one.
Okay, I get.
Well, put some weights on there, you little wuss.
I'm okay with the table being there, but why do they just have random LED boards along the wall?
No, they're pads on the wall. It's not. It's
They're pads?
like the way that the wall. It's not padding.
With a diamond plate on the wall?
Yeah, it's just diamond plates.
It's diamond plate. It's for wall tosses. Throw the medicine ball at the wall.
Yeah.
I
Instead
thought there
of putting it
were
through the damn wall.
LED boards. Maybe not. I'm wrong.
Ed now is screaming, "What are you waiting for? Waiting for?"
No, it's diamond plate.
Well,
Oh, I'm not going to tell you what's happening, but
Honestly, this is the first match I've enjoyed.
Mark's such a curmudgeon. It's like, screw all the other ones. I enjoyed the show so far.
The Flair match was good. It was predictable, as always. She always wins.
she's the Roman Reigns of women.
Yes.
The same way Lana is the James Ellsworth of women.
If she didn't have her father's woo, she would get booed just like Reigns did. But people love just doing that woo every time she's in the ring.
woo, woo, woo.
He should come out, dude. Where's him and Kurt Hawkins?
Unfortunately. Their services weren't needed during this match, unfortunately.
I would love to see the Edge heads come out and just jump.
Let's get everybody back. Let's get them. Let's get Lita. Let's get Vicky Guerrero, Christian. Kurt
They got
Angle.
Matt Hardy for one extra day.
Yeah.
There's like a photography dark room.
I was about to say, where are they?
Where Kane hangs out. This is where he lives.
Yeah.
You got to be careful of that slow chemical guy.
Right before Gorilla. Right before the entranceway. Oh, on the side. It was on the side of the.
Okay.
What? That's why the cops.
What?
Bunch of people jumped some guy 3 blocks above me.
That's why the cops.
Citizen app. This thing's the greatest.
It was probably 11, 12-year-old kids.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it, man.
For the ghetto.
Damn, that thing looks kind of sharp. The sharp edge. Get it?
Ooh. Ooh. You don't know what just happened. You don't even know.
I'm behind y'all's.
Wait till you get there.
Oh shoot! Wobbles. Who's in trouble now? Someone's gonna get ouched right now.
Out.
It's gonna be full on ouchie poo. That was pretty ouchie poo.
I'm just saying this stuff's happening, but stuff's really not happening.
What you talk about that sword in the LED light? The one that looks like a sword?
I'm about 2 minutes behind you guys. So.
You don't even know.
Damn it, Mark.
You don't even...
Not my fault. I haven't done anything. I've been watching the show since we started.
Yeah.
Swashbucklers.
Oh, man. Now look where they're going. Uh-oh.
Got an EMT station or something? See a bunch of first aid?
Someone's going to get wacky and steal an ambulance.
Ambulance. A bambulamps. Somebody call the bambulamps.
Black Betty, ambulance. Whoa, Black Betty.
Bambulamps. Whoa, bambulamps. There.
A little bit of crawling by Edge. Going over to the first aid kit.
I was expecting somebody to go through one of those windows. Oh, they're hugging.
I totally seemed like the windows were going to be broken.
Yeah.
So Ed's still out there mudding.
The hell? If we're in a pandemic, everybody's worried about germs. He's out there rolling around in mud.
Wait, what's he doing?
Mudding.
He's doing a boneyard match.
It's him and a bunch of his boys with like quads and Jeep Wranglers. He's doing trails and outside of Scranton.
Aren't you supposed to be, quarantining? Not getting the virus.
Not
Well,
spreading it.
Most of those helmets usually have masks on them.
Oh, well, in that case,
It's called the Fundemic for Ed.
It's Fundemic.
It's not way more fun to me.
Oh, look, this is where a bunch of people have lost their jobs. Like on Proving Ground, when they went in this room, somebody was fired. Remember that show on the network?
Yeah.
Who was fired?
I don't know, some jabrones.
I forgot the dude's name too. It's been so long since I've seen it.
It was a jabrone yard match.
Breaking Ground was actually a really good series.
Yeah, I thought so. Was it Breaking Ground or Proving Ground? Well, Proving Ground was the pay-per-view, right?
Yeah, Breaking Ground.
Yeah, Breaking Ground.
Got one of our advertisers over there, WB Mason.
Uh-oh.
It's the nature of the beast. Selling out. It's like some people only do things because they think they're going to get paid.
Hey, look, the Revival was in the background on one of the posters. It's the most you'll see them ever again.
Why is there chain link fence on the ceiling?
Why is there not?
Was in the Edge documentary. Or Dash. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Wilder. Get your names right, or pay the price.
It's like Scott Austin and Dash Wilder.
That was cool.
It's like Cage Death 5 all over again.
Cage of Death 5, the fifth one.
Suspended.
Cage of Death 5.
Well, That was the one where New Jack was there, and we were talking about New Jack a whole bunch yesterday.
That was the first one at the arena? I thought it was Cage Death 3.
Yeah, Cage Death 3 was at the arena. Cage Death 5 was also at the arena. That was the one where New Jack
and fought John. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Cage Death 3, you had that cool triple threat match with Mondo and Gage, I think.
No, it was Mondo and Flash.
Oh, I thought it was Gage. I thought it was a battle of the Knicks.
Oh, I wanted to do that. I wanted to call it the Knicks. I wanted to have a whole thing. I wanted to do it like a whole year long.
The Knicks?
None of my ideas ever got taken. And produced. However, they got taken, never got taken and produced for myself, but they got taken and produced for other people quite often. But I did want to do, the whole thing with me, Gage, and Mondo, and just have it like the Knicks the whole year, from one Cage of Death to the other.
And then whoever wins can say "Victory is mine."
Oh. We just went off. I wasn't paying attention. I was so wrapped up in the match, I didn't notice. They all went off here. Hey, let me invite people. There we go. Oh, man, I gotta invite GQ now. I'm in the middle of a match here. Okay. Come back on with this. This, that, this. Click, click, fart. Click, click, fart. Oh, I haven't been paying attention to anything here. Just been watching all this. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I messed up there a minute.
I say what happened. Is none of us paying attention to time?
No, we were all wrapped up in the match and talking about Cage of Death and all this other stuff. Didn't see the clock.
Oh, man.
Dang. 9:15. I still have like 30 minutes before my food shows up.
Damn. That sucks for you.
I made a mistake. I ordered from Del Rossi's. Their food's good, but they always either an hour late or they take forever.
Either take forever or they take forever.
Yeah.
Either take a long time or take forever. One or the other. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Ah, you missed it. What part do you want, Mark?
He's crawling on the ground by a bunch of blue boxes.
All right, you're a little far back.
As I said, I think I'm about a minute to about 2 minutes behind you guys. He's beating him up in front of a camera guy. Looks like Tyler Breeze.
Yeah. I thought that was Tyler Breeze for a minute.
Well, you know, that's what happens when you disappear off television.
He should have never
Oh,
cut his
camera
hair.
guy.
What's that?
Tyler Breeze should have never cut his hair.
I don't get it, and I guess Fandango's hurt again
Yeah.
because I've only seen Tyler in like 2 singles matches since they got back together.
There you go. Did he just hit him in the nuts with a kettlebell? Is that what that was?
No, it was a weight, a sand weight,
Oh, a sandbag.
sandbag
Right.
weight.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
He sandbagged him.
right.
Ooh. All right, now I know how far behind I am from you guys. That hurt.
That
Hit him
looked
in the
like
leg
a-
with his knee cracked right into the box.
Yeah.
It's weird how these kind of matches you got used to no crowd reaction. You can actually watch these.
Right, because yeah.
Corey takes those breaks seriously.
Yeah, man.
It does.
No, we have a break.
There he is. What's up, man?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome back to the watch along for WrestleMania.
WrestleMania.
We're now in the process of Randy Orton versus
Uh-oh.
Edge.
I know what's going to happen. It's all set up.
I see it too.
I ain't saying nothing.
Come
I
on.
ain't saying a darned thing.
Well, I mean, you know, you see all that stuff set up so perfectly. You know what's happening.
He happened to have it set up this way.
Edge looking all sinister.
Coming down.
Oh, here we go. There we go.
Stay there.
Really.
Here you
Just
come.
stay.
Yeah, stay. Yeah, just stay. Don't.
Crash and burn. Crash and burn.
Is he going?
Climb.
Nowhere.
Climb. Dude, pro wrestlers have to climb ladders slow. That's like the rule, you know.
He ain't worked a construction job a day in his life, and it shows.
He ain't never been no working man.
Nope. Mm-mm.
He's been a millionaire for quite some time.
He's gonna do a jump like this, dude. Just keep letting him out, bro.
Whoa.
He didn't move. Why was he gonna move?
It's been pretty sweet so far.
Yeah,
Guys, I'm actually
pretty good.
enjoying this match.
Really good match so far. Beat the shit out of each other.
This is very, very Attitude Era. Just brawling all over the place.
That's fine because they don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Would you rather have a surprise roll up?
I ain't complaining.
How about a DQ finish?
Orton's got a laceration on his back.
Hold on, I gotta be an old man to shake my fist out the window. I gotta see what that's going on.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Hey, you kids, get off my lawn.
Hey, if you're gonna be on my lawn, stop beating up that lady, please. Bunch of dirt bike folks doing.
I see a truck, and I see a forklift,
was about to reenact a scene from South Park, but that word isn't good to say anymore.
No. Ah, bah, 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 bah.
Such a great episode.
I haven't seen any insecurities yet.
I've been drinking like I have been.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single one, Corey. Your theory does not hold water.
Yeah, I think I got enough for one more glass, and then I'll finish the bottle. I started drinking it yesterday.
I join you guys, but I'm done for at least another. Let's see his date. 25 days.
What? Oh.
I always quit drinking after my birthday.
Why?
Just clean my system up, give it a break. I drink way more than any of you guys, so.
Okay. Yeah, I drink.
Take a month break out for your birthday.
Yeah, dude, I drink like twice a year.
Yeah, I haven't drank in about 4 or 5 months. Actually, last time I drank was over at your house for the pay-per-view.
Yeah. Well, I normally drink 5 days a week easily.
All right, well.
So this isn't a podcast. This is actually an intervention, Mark. We're here to tell you that you ain't doing good.
Well, you have a little shot ski while you're working. You have shot skis after work.
He's gonna bet that dude. He's gonna bet him.
Oh, wait, you know what? I drank on Thursday. I forgot.
Oh, okay. That looked sick.
Work.
Okay.
I'm not there yet.
Sorry.
Yeah, me either.
That looked good.
They on the
Hella
truck yet?
good.
No, well, they're on the pickup.
On the
I see
pickup?
where they're going with it.
That looked really good. Tell me when you guys are there.
Randy Orton just told the camera guy to not come onto the truck.
Yeah, like don't be right here.
Yo.
Please don't come up here.
Yeah, that was a DDT on the truck.
On the old truck skis.
My bad. That's what he said because it broke. Oop, my bad.
Did he really say it?
So sorry.
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 Talk of the sorry. Uh-oh.
I think I'm seeing it. I think I'm seeing what they're setting up for.
Me too. I can tell.
Don't they need a log cabin of light tubes for this move?
Well, you can see the padding underneath the bed.
All right. Don't give away the business, Corey.
Yeah.
Breeze other.
Go back to curtain.
We want to hear your movie theories. your effects.
Go back to curtain.
Corey Castle exposing the business on live YouTube.
Live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Live on the YouTubes.
We need to help with kayfabe there, buddy.
Yeah, I've exposed the business.
At least Orton knows how to sell.
He knows how to sell when he wants to know how to sell. But if he feels like being a jerk, he would just be a jerk.
Well, yeah, I get it. Some days you just don't feel like it.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, and sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you don't. Took that shit right out of my mouth. I was about to say it too.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh my God.
He's already seen something.
Yeah, Nick's like a half second ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, he's like grabbing his head.
Hold on,
man.
Hold on to your hats, folks. Big bumps coming up.
If you got a hat, go and put it on, because I'm about to blow your mind. Blow your hat clean off. Don't want to cause no head damage.
Good right there. Damn.
It was real spear in present danger.
Spear in present danger. We're gonna hang up on you again. You better stop that shit.
Yeah. You're close to getting muted. Shut your mouth.
Yeah. Banging on him. Boom.
You got some unemployment to call?
How about this? We don't call him this. We call him the. Bang it.
We slipped.
It's funny because every time you're gonna come out and say some shit like that, it always starts with "Hey guys." Like every time.
Well, that's the tell. The tell is when I'm like,
hey,
it's gonna be good.
Yep.
Oh man, he just did what he wasn't supposed to do.
What?
Gave himself some bad luck.
You break a mirror?
Oh man.
Wait.
Not catering.
Bad.
They're playing the catering. No Uncrustables.
No Uncrustables. What the hell?
Craft services.
There's a goddamn Uncrustables.
So,
Do they even make ladders that big? Is that just
Holy shit.
That's a giant ass ladder.
yeah.
That's a scaffold ladder. Oh no, it's just a big. Wait. What the
Oh, sun chips, yo.
Holy shit! What is that?
Some chewy granola bars.
Uh-oh.
Setting it up. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry. I love you. Smash.
Yeah. More than your wife. Bang.
Is it gonna be one of them concertos?
Man, Edge is marked up?
Back. Always gets jacked up.
This is it. Now you can go back. You can go back to your girls. That's what my closed captioning says.
Oh.
Wait, what?
My closed captioning is reading.
You have closed captioning?
Yeah.
Lucky.
Byron, my God. This is too much.
Edge is using a really weak Darce joke is his new submission. He needs to slide.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. This is the same submission
Always putting him out.
that he used recently. Screams of pain.
It's a Darce joke, but he doesn't do it right.
I'm just reading the closed captioning.
Oh, man. I know what's happening now. You don't even know.
He cussed.
I don't know, Nick.
He's about to find out.
It's like you. You're right. We don't.
You're right. We're behind you.
It's like the whale fins on the back of a car.
Why is he crying?
Spoiler.
Spoiler.
Edge, all those acting classes like paying off.
My God. Edge nearly broke him in half.
He's crying now.
Cry, baby.
There's no crying in quarantine.
Why don't you go get yourself a wild burger?
Call it a wambulance.
Right.
That's that supreme acting that gets you roles like Bending the Rules.
What a good movie! Oh, that was a real
That was really well done.
classic.
Hey, that's a bitch.
Yeah, we have a winner. Randy Orton wins. Yay. All right, time for me to fill up my drink. My last drink of the night.
Yeah, baby.
Rated R Superstar.
So match of the night so far, or what?
Definitely.
It hasn't ended yet on my end, y'all.
Sorry.
Here it comes. 10.
Has it ended?
Definitely matching night.
Did that
On
last
this
2
day.
seconds make it match of the night for you, Corey?
The other main event's got a lot to live up to.
Well,
Yeah.
there's still Drew. There's still Drew and Brock, and then the women's and the
Firefly Funhouse
and the Firefly Funhouse. Yeah.
and the Raw tag match as well. On this day, what's the deal? I gotta throw out some garbage here.
Taking the trash out. Okay, he's got to slide that bicep on the other side.
Bicep. Another side.
Oh, shit.
Bicep should be over here. You push the shoulder into the other carotid artery.
Oh, I thought you were just talking to me about how to lounge.
I gotta go drain the main vein.
Whoa! Did you just make that up? Whoa! That was good.
Girl.
Baby monitor crying.
Yeah, you
Wow,
take a
wow,
5-hour energy at 2 a.m. and take care of the baby.
Yeah, she's getting jacked up to mess with the baby. You ever get that 5 a.m. feeling?
Rick.
All right, folks, I'm back. I'm back. Show can start now. Woo! Oh, man.
Oh, did he just tell him his breath stinks? Eat a Snickers? Oh, that's all it takes. Is just give someone Snickers. If they're not feeling like themselves, if they maybe feel like they were born in the wrong body, give them a Snickers.
Right. That's right.
Finkel and Einhorn.
Yeah, we got a little.
Right. A lot of money for the trans community.
Yeah. Eat a Snickers. Don't feel comfortable in this game?
What the?
What the?
Is Mojo Rawley?
Mojo Rawley. Mojo Rawley.
It's a 24/7 championship.
Just did a trust fall on everybody.
Oh,
You think you know me? Dun, 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 dun.
This is not social distancing at all.
They didn't social distance themselves at all.
wait.
Rock has the title.
Gronk won the. He won it yesterday too. Oh no, no, Mojo did.
He did a weak forearm to
Yeah.
Archer's chest.
Right, the crappiest forearm, the most Jeff Rockery, stupid.
Wow, that's his house in Asheville.
Wrong. Winning a belt.
It's a gimmick, dude. It's all part of the show.
I just saw Edge's house in
Yeah.
Asheville. That's gorgeous.
You thought you knew him. You thought you knew him, but you don't know him.
I just been catching up on Vikings, man. He turns real sinister in that show.
Pete Zacharine?
I don't know if any of you guys watch Vikings, but that's a great show.
Is Jason Momoa on that show?
Who?
No.
Jason Momoa? No.
Momoa.
He's on that show. I think Frontier is the name of the show he's on, right? On Netflix?
Yes.
Yeah, Vikings is a totally different show, man.
Totally different. It's one of my favorite shows. Really good show. Beyond.
You're not smooth when you're hungry. Taught him social studies is all.
Austin Theory.
All day.
The Snickers commercial just ended for me.
Sorry.
What?
Should I
Yeah, I'm at least 30 seconds behind you folk. Usually I was ahead of everybody.
Yeah.
picking these guys to win.
Dun, 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 dun. Guys, got your red cups?
Stop.
They have them?
WrestleMania Part 2, Dead Man's Chest.
Come on, yeah.
I have them.
WrestleMania.
This is like the same as Private Party. Like they're like the same exact thing.
They were around before Private Party. Private Party has one of the worst intros ever. What do you waste? Whatever. How many liters in vodka and cranberries? It's like one of the worst lines ever.
Yeah, I guess they never paid enough attention.
But Street Profit's been doing this for a long time.
At least 4 or 5 months.
It's a shame, man. When no crowd, it just takes away from the entrances. They can't do anything like really that cool.
Yeah.
It's the building
That's
too,
what
man. I played
most
the
of
building.
WrestleMania was all the different entrances.
Yeah, it was all well, that was their commercials to the Super Bowl, you know?
Spectacles.
I'll be back. My food's here.
Food.
Hello?
Got some food.
Oh, I'll be back.
Sure.
Your brother, Corey?
What?
Who the yellow?
What?
He looks like you'd be related to.
Angel Garza, you think he looks like me? Okay.
It's just a goatee problem. The hair.
It's probably because he has long hair and a goatee.
Yeah.
But we look nothing alike.
Facial hair. Body height. Maybe just same too. I've never seen any of these guys before.
Angelo Dawkins. Is that who that guy is? Angelo Dawkins?
Who was Austin Theory on the Indies?
Hair.
Huh?
Austin Theory.
He was Austin Theory on the Indies too?
Yeah.
He looks familiar, but I don't.
Oh, probably because he looks like every other dude ever.
Probably. Let me put my glasses on. I can't really. Maybe I'm missing a couple things.
He does look like every other dude.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I think you're right. Is he from New York?
he kind of looks like what's that dude in Ring of Honor? Will something. He kind of looks like that dude.
From New York?
Will Ferreira. Kind of looks like. Smack.
Yeah, schmackety.
What'd you get there, Marcus?
I got a calzone.
Calzone.
Oh, there he is. You gotta take them clothes off, otherwise it ain't WrestleMania. Take them clothes off. You wrestle in your undies, Mister.
You guys are wrestling in your underbreeches, mister.
You better get your gay porn out of this. That's not wrestling. I'll be right back, folks.
Thanks for the warning.
You gonna blow that toilet up.
There you go.
Hi, Chris.
I don't like the whole going for a clothesline. Everybody does it. They grab their wrists and then they go for I don't get it. I don't like that.
It's like the new do-si-do.
I'm almost positive it comes from the old thing when everybody used to say, it's like you're throwing a baseball, so wind up and then
Maybe.
it's as if they're grabbing
Think that's how they're training them?
what?
Think that's how they're training these guys? Make it look like you're winding a baseball.
It's just I don't know.
Is he doing this dive again? People going to catch him this time? All right, good.
Why, he didn't get caught before?
Yeah, on Raw, they were saying he went for the dive. Seth Rollins was supposed to cut him off, and he never did. So he did the dive anyway, and no one was there for it.
It was the new kid. It was actually Austin Theory. You're supposed to catch him and missed him.
Yeah.
You can fly though.
Yeah.
His wife is about to get a big push.
Who's his wife?
Yeah, Bianca Belair.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's who Flair wants to work with.
Got a sweet moonsault.
So I guess after she finishes, if they extend her fight with Rhea Ripley or not, and then it's supposed to go right into Bianca.
Sweet. I'm for that. I'm here for that.
You'll be there forever, right? Because where else you have to go? Can't leave your house.
It's true.
Can't leave your house.
Can't leave the house right now.
Yeah, I walked to Pep Boys today just so I could do something.
Oh wow!
I'm not even driving my truck right now, but I just need to. I need to go do something and get outside.
Well, there you go, Mark. I'm not going to spoil it yet. Are you there yet?
There's just something about the Street Profits gear that just it doesn't look professional.
That was terrible.
It wasn't a terrible match.
That looked like a Monday Night Raw match.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought it was good, but it wasn't WrestleMania good. At least it wasn't a surprise roll-up. The most devastating move in all of professional wrestling, the surprise roll-up.
It surprises you. Comes out of nowhere.
Yeah. Uh-oh. What we got here?
There's a girl you were just talking about. You was just talking about that girl right there. You was mentioning her name, and now there she is. She's got the torture rack. She likes the Lex Luger.
What are you guys talking about? Are you that ahead of me?
I'm assuming that
You're about to see it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I'm glad we had the conversation. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand this running.
And then she does a reverse Burke driver.
Yeah, they're really high on her.
I've seen her work a few times, and she was always pretty good. Oh.
So Bianca Belair gets a WrestleMania moment, huh? All right, we got 4 minutes left. We should probably take a break for the next match. Ooh. Yeah. Be right back.
Getting better with that now. I don't know. Let me put my keyboard back on.
Oh man.
Yeah.
All right, folks. You know the drill. I gotta. Why do we got Titus O'Neil? Damn it! Wait. Good job, Titus O'Neil, for no reason. Desire. Inspiring desire. Wait, why did I? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. All right, take that off. I got distracted by Titus O'Neil being there for no reason. All right, invite. Oh, come on. Come on, you bastard. So, did I miss Gronk becoming 24/7 champion?
I guess you did.
Was there anything
You
cool
know,
about it?
Titus O'Neil just showed up out of nowhere, and
Yeah, what the hell, Titus? It's boss time, folks.
Oh man, it's Sasha Banks time.
I can't see this match being long. We have 40 minutes left.
Something's
We
gonna
have
have to be a
40
squash.
minutes left, kids.
Something's gonna have to be a squash. This isn't an this isn't an elimination match, is it? Anybody know?
Is it elimination or fatal five-way?
I don't know.
I think they said it was a fatal five-way. I could have scored.
Maybe.
I was gonna say they can't do an elimination match. That would take too much time.
Yeah. Unless they're going longer. This is gonna be 10 minutes just on entrances. Lacey Evans is another one they dropped the ball with. They could have done a lot with her. We were just talking about that yesterday, but turning her face for no reason kind of hurt her a little bit.
A lot hurt her. She wasn't ready to wrestle. She wasn't that good. She still needed time down in NXT.
I forgot to put the damn.
And then they turned her face too quickly, and nothing made sense. You got the double whammy.
Forgot to put the display capture up. Sorry if anybody's watching. I just saw a blank screen there for like 5 minutes. Bless you.
Thank you.
And again.
I got the corona.
Oh no.
I honestly thought I had it yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if my when I took my pre-workout, it was just way too high of a dose. But I was short of breath a lot all yesterday afternoon, and I started coughing and hacking, and then I was done. Today I woke up, I'm fine.
It was one of those 24-hour coronaviruses.
Dude, they say it hits everybody different. They say it hits everybody differently, though. So that's the hardest thing about the whole coronavirus. They can't figure it out because everybody gets like a totally different effect from it.
Right.
Anybody know what happened to Alicia Fox? She's still with the company?
She's fired.
She got fired?
Yeah, she was
for
busted for like being drunk in a match.
Really?
That's how Arn Anderson got fired.
Damn. Oh, that's right. I think I remember hearing that, yeah.
Because Arn Anderson let her go to the ring, and nobody realized she was still drunk. So they got rid of her, and they fired Arn Anderson over it.
Oh, wow.
Kind of like how they fired JR for Ric Flair being drunk that one time.
I didn't hear about that.
Oh yeah, when Ric Flair was on the thing for the game, the HQ game or something.
Yeah, and he was talking about his son, and he was like completely out of his mind. And it's right after his son died.
Mm.
There she is, Booty. I mean Bailey.
Nah.
She does have a booty.
Yeah. There he is.
Hey, welcome back.
Okay.
Hi.
That toilet singing a song of mercy. ain't it?
Encore Castle.
It wasn't a toilet break. I had to run to my mom's real quick.
Use her toilet?
Yeah, it was her toilet that needed attention. No.
Your mom lives that close?
My mom, yeah, she lives across the street. I thought you knew that.
But Corey had to go through the window because his mom locks the door.
Yeah.
Come in. So
Yeah, she refused to give me a key.
I could never live across the street from my parents with all the questionable women.
I only have one questionable woman that comes around.
Is that your mom? Was that her mom job?
The house I'm buying has a house right next door that's for sale, and my mom looked and saw that the house was for sale, and she's like thinking about buying it. No way, no, no. Because both my brother and I we live real far from her now. So she said, "Well, let's be close to you and your brother." I don't think so. There's a reason why we moved out here.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way.
At
least the last one I was with was nice. I wouldn't have to worry about that one.
So you think we get a face turn by Sasha Banks here, or what?
Why would you ever turn Sasha face, though?
I don't know.
Sasha's so much better as a heel.
They're not done with the Bailey heel turn, I guess. The heel run.
The heel run's been a flop.
Yeah. But you know how they do, man.
You can't buy it. I hate when they turn people just because they feel that that's.
Well, she already cut her hair, so I mean.
Yeah, they have to continue with it.
Till her ponytail grows back.
Because of the haircut.
Right. Oh.
They should have done that corner. They just did a spot. They should have done corner to corner rather than rope to rope.
You're right. I agree. I agree.
They are in the they are literally in the biggest company on the biggest stage of them all, and they don't know this stuff.
Right. Yeah, that's a classic tag spot.
Yeah.
And they did it the wrong direction.
Poor Naomi. What about all the talent in the world, and they could do nothing with that chick?
Mm.
Did her old Funkadelic partner ever show back up in wrestling? Or
Good job, right?
Funkadelic.
I didn't see her anywhere.
What was her name? The other girl.
I don't
I
even
couldn't
remember.
even tell you what her name was anymore.
Yeah, I
Oh,
forget.
I think of it right now.
Prize roll up.
Oh, there it is. Finish.
Nick, what's her name? Loves to do hair mirrors.
Who?
What's her
Nina?
Nina.
Nobody meaner than Tamina.
Right. She loves them hair mares.
I'm gonna start doing them.
I got a FIBA, and the only prescription is more hair mares.
I'm gonna start wrestling again just so I can do hair mirrors.
Your whole gimmick is you just go after male wrestlers with long hair.
Right. Corey Castle's first.
They ring the bell in a match with a guy with short hair, and you're like, I quit. Tap out.
Oh man, that would be funny if Barry Horowitz was wrestling now. Like when he'd go like this, that would be his tap out, and then he'd lose the match.
You do an awesome move, do this, and he'd ring the bell.
Right.
Oh, dude, Giri. It's Giri.
Ooh.
Oh. It's just so much. So much insecurities and head kicks and such.
And whatnots.
And so on and so forth and what have yous. What does she got like hypnotizing booby
What?
shirt?
It does look like it.
What?
What are you talking
It looks
about?
like something off of like a Madonna video. Naomi's top.
It's like a
What was that?
fembot, like two little
Yeah.
gun things that are coming.
Remember they were the three of them were a faction for a minute.
Were they?
Not even.
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all.
Barely even a minute. Where'd you get your timer from? The Cheerios box? Sheesh.
Was that who Team Bad was?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't remember who was in that faction.
It didn't last long.
No.
It was like boss. What did bad stand for?
It was just bad.
Team
But it
Bad.
was like an acronym. They had like periods on it, didn't they?
Oh, they all got their period
No,
at some point.
right.
Oh.
I could feel that joke coming, and I just tried really, really hard to stop it.
It was you could feel it coming like it was like a pre-menstrual.
Stop it.
Oh, this
Oh.
That is elimination. Damn.
Really? So we going to 11 o'clock tonight?
I guess.
only for Lucky.
Unless the other two matches are really short.
Well, one is cut for time. Like that.
I thought no one was meaner than her.
Really? They treat Tamina like she's Nia Jax? Like it takes everybody to pin her?
It's just because she gained weight.
Right.
The world hates fat people.
Oh, to me, it just scares me because if you watch her walk, her bone structure from her hips down is all messed up. Her knees
Maybe they're mad at her because her brother made Undertaker fall on his head.
The way her hips sit and her knees go in like this, so when she stands, you can see her knee go in. It's really scary. Like,
Wait, how did Undertaker fall on his head?
Yeah, I missed that.
Remember, Sim Snuka didn't catch Undertaker at WrestleMania 25, and he like broke his clavicle. And
Who?
Undertaker, he remember when he dove on the cameraman and the cameraman didn't catch him?
When the cameraman didn't catch him?
It was like Shawn Michaels pushed the cameraman in front, but the
Yeah.
cameraman still fell short and didn't catch him.
Did the cameraman need to catch him?
yeah,
was
I think it would have been real weird if
I
the
was-
cameraman
it was
just dropped the
I
camera. And,
remember that now.
yeah.
Well, it was supposed to be there for him to land on, but the cameraman wasn't there.
I remember that now.
And that was Sim Snuka?
Yeah,
How do you know this?
everyone knows.
I didn't know.
Wasn't that Deuce or Domino? That was Deuce, right?
Yeah, that was Deuce.
It could have been Duke the Dumpster Drosy. I would have had no idea because it was a cameraman.
Would have been cool, a lot cooler if it was.
Yeah.
Dude.
Cooler if you did.
Just flush a trash can out of nowhere. Like TL Hopper holding on to the camera.
TL Hopper. What did the TL stand for?
Toilet lid.
Tender loving Hopper.
I went down
What does it stand for, Rick?
What's that?
What does it stand for?
Toilet lid.
T-Boz, left eye,
Lid?
and Hopper.
Toilet lid hopper.
I'm serious. That's what it stood for.
What did you say?
Toilet lid. God damn it.
I thought we were just riffing. I thought we were
No,
just
I'm serious. It stood for toilet lid. He was a plumber. God damn it. Google it. What do you want me to do?
I thought we were riffing.
I thought we were just riffing.
No,
I didn't
I'm
know.
being serious. It stood for toilet lid.
I don't know. I didn't watch it at the time.
Nobody did. It was 1995.
Yeah. If you weren't watching for Bret Hart or Shawn Michaels, you weren't watching.
Oh, there's another insecurity, y'all.
Y'all.
I can't believe that she just did what she did and she rolled the girl up that way. What a crumb.
Yeah, it was really.
So she did the half Nelson or the full Nelson
Bubble
into
bomb.
the bomb.
Yeah.
And then
You
she
guys are
pushed
that
her
far ahead
over
of
to
me?
roll her up with her arms. You're right there. You wrap your legs around her, and then you just roll this way. And then you pin her. Then she kicks out.
Pneumonia's out.
Like,
Oh, you guys are that far ahead of me.
yeah. You didn't hit nothing with that, huh? I can't believe that they are where they're at and they know nothing of this crap.
No.
Of this whole business. And I can't believe it.
There should be a Bailey shirt out right now that says "I'm a hugger," except for social distancing makes me just a waiver.
That's a T-shirt. Is that what we said?
Bailey,
That's quite
It should be
wordy.
a nightgown.
well, on the front it says "I'm a hugger," but then on the back it says "social distancing." I'm a waiver.
Gotcha.
Lacey Evans.
It's gonna be a Sasha turn. It's going to be a Sasha turn. Bailey's going to get eliminated, and then Lacey is going to beat Sasha.
Spoiler.
That's me guessing. That's my prediction. I'm not there.
Spoiler.
I'm nowhere near there.
I'm guessing. This is not actually happening.
Oh, I thought we were riffing. What are we doing?
Jerk.
It's on you.
Jerkomania.
Jerkomania.
GQ says he's going to come on after this match is over because he
Okay.
has nothing good to say about it.
Well, all right. I sent him the invite. I got a mailer demon back. It said the address didn't exist.
Yeah, I resent it to the message. He gave me his email address again, and I resent it to him.
You just didn't want me to have it?
No, I think when I gave it to you the first time, I gave it to you wrong.
Okay.
So it was my bad.
That one's on me.
That was on me, yo. My fault.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Here it comes. It was a mistake, yo. Medium rare steak. It's never gonna happen.
Oh!
Oh!
Cripes.
Crikeys.
That was a shot.
All right,
man.
so now it's down to Bebe, and Lacey.
We're gonna go with Bailey. That sweet, sweet ass of hers. Bailey and that sweet, sweet Fanny.
She's got that Nightman makeup on.
Her and what's her face go to the same makeup artist.
I
Baszler.
don't know who's her face.
Her and Shayna Baszler go to the same makeup artist.
That face that she's got. She's the girl with the face.
Hey, you with the face.
Hey, how old are you? 3? So 2 lesbians walking on the bar.
A joke for you.
Oh, she's got a bloody nose right now. Maybe she does, and her nose ring came out. Yeah.
Is this over yet?
It's Martha Curmudgeon's back. He doesn't care anymore.
Well, you got Bailey, who's a great wrestler who does nothing anymore. And then Lacey Evans, who can. Oh, God. Just watching her work.
Oh, man. New champion.
Spoiler.
Stop kidding. I was only kidding. This is a different Bailey than we've ever seen.
Ew.
Way different. Well, I didn't tune in for a different Bailey. I tuned in for the one that I saw on the TVs. Don't give me this dumb second grade crap. Give me the Bailey I wanted. Booty and all. Uh-oh.
So, my good friend Lou Marconi started his own podcast today, and I was the first guest on the podcast. The podcast is called The Stew Pot with Lou Marconi.
What?
The Stew Pot.
It must have been stupid.
Like beef stew Lou.
What's this talk about?
We talked about all kinds of cool things.
We talked about cumin, and we talked about black pepper.
Talked about what we're watching on YouTube and stuff. Live feed.
Did you talk about a beef stew?
We talked about how he's beef stew. Yeah. His nickname from like high school football or something.
Oh.
Something like that. Now, we might have talked about that last time, or one of the first time he was on my podcast. Oh, these kicks are
Some wild ass kicks right there.
them some educated feet though.
Educated feet.
Special education is what I'm meaning by that.
Speds.
Oh, Bronco Buster.
Baracco Buster? So how come nobody ever came out with that? Barack Obama Buster. The Baracco Buster.
Wow, that's how far ahead of you guys are. I just got that now.
Oh, wow. Roll up. Lacey Evans wins. The roll up.
Well, it's pretty good, man. That was crazy. It's nuts.
Nick's kidding again.
I was.
Oh my God, they made her salute.
Of course.
Salute your shorts.
Better hold on your hats, y'all.
He's got headphones. Oh ho ho. Well, there you go.
There you have it.
Sasha Banks.
Now Sasha's going to fight her for the title. Finally.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I think they're going to finally move this.
I don't know, man. We got no turn. Doesn't look like they're about to fight.
That was a cool little sequence.
Yeah.
Led to the elimination of Sasha. I dig it. Oh, I need that right now. Someone do a backstab. Right
Talk about that all day.
my back is so sore.
Someone needs to stab it.
I needed somebody to stab me in the back with their knees.
So what do we have left? Just the Firefly Funhouse and
Brock and Drew.
Was it?
do you close with Brock and Drew, or
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
or do you Firefly Funhouse at the end like they did with AJ and the Undertaker?
They might have seen the reaction that the Undertaker match got and decided to try it again. Guess we'll find out in a minute.
Los Angeles, not Santa Monica.
We're not going to see the
What?
Santa Monica Gellers?
Santa Monica Killers.
I thought that there it is, Santa Monica.
And they're going to say,
Just
it's
like-
Ross time.
Santa Monica Killers.
Legit Ross.
Legit, bro. WrestleMania, Hollywood.
Enzo's going to be there, and he's going to be like, how you doing? Go back just for that.
All right, let's see what the book is saying. Oh man.
No, I think we're all burnt out after like how many hours of wrestling the last couple of days?
It's a lot.
It is, man. It's a lot.
There's a lot of commercials on this.
Yeah. Big Match John doing Firefly Funhouse.
Yeah, this is going to happen before the Brock Drew. Well, that's interesting.
It sure is.
Nobody's really even talking on Facebook about it. Wow.
There's
There's a couple things, but
About what?
spoiler alerts.
Yeah, I'm avoiding
About me.
spoilers.
oh,
Yeah, this song is
Garbage? Is that what you're going for? I don't know.
garbage.
it's song.
I'm not real big on rap. I'm not a big rap fan.
No, I would have never pegged you for that.
Yeah, I thought you were a hip hop aficionado.
But you're all about Hip Hop Anonymous.
I like. I like the
He
occasional.
likes the North Kakalaka and Compton song.
Yes, I do.
I like this character. It's like if Slipknot became a wrestler.
Such a long intro.
Yeah, not much to talk about this. We got 10 minutes left on the stream. Do we want to break now, or do you want to wait until
Probably should just break now.
break now? All right. Coming right back, folks.
All right.
Oh, all right.
You guys know the deal. Taking a Zoom break. Oh, what happened? He's got the whole wide world in his hands. Check a email. Gotta send some emails. Really, we're gonna try and bring GQ in now. That's happening. That's something that's happening. And that and send. And this and this and hello. Anyone? There we go. Let's see this old waiting room. All right.
There you go. Fair.
Let me in. All right. Damn, Corey, you came back quick this time.
I know.
John Cena sucks. John Cena sucks.
Hey, there's George
Cena
GQ.
sucks. John Cena sucks.
What's up,
Hey,
man?
GQ. What's up?
How's it going?
How you doing, man?
So,
Good, man. Good. I'm downstairs in my basement. I feel like I'm in like the boiler room or something, like in Mankind. How you guys been?
Good.
All right. How's life? You're down. Where are you at? You're in Jersey now?
Yeah.
Still?
In Morristown Mall. All right.
Okay.
Right there.
I used to see you all the time in Philly. I don't live there anymore, so
Oh no. Where you at?
I can't say.
Oh yeah. Closed location. Yeah.
I almost got it out of him twice today.
I was about to say it too.
Hey, why do you have a microphone and I don't? That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Were we supposed to send you one?
Yeah, in the mail.
Yeah,
I like their facial closeness.
we're
They're
gonna
funny.
have to have you on, George, or have you on the podcast at some point so we can catch up. It's a little hard to talk about what we've been doing and stuff like that when we're about to watch whatever the hell this is gonna be.
Yeah.
Firefly Funhouse.
Real deep look at who you really are. You're about to face your most dangerous opponent yet. To the Firefly Funhouse.
Steel Cherry.
Hey.
Steel Cherry.
There he is.
Abandon all hope.
Oh, you just end up like that now.
John Bradshaw Cena.
Here's where we get to see his acting skills.
Abandon all hope. You enter here.
Yeah.
What was that from?
The Bible? I think.
It's in a movie, if I remember.
That's in a lot of movies.
Can we get like masks that are just
paper plates?
Like paper plates that have drawings on them. One for like Conrad Thompson, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Vince McMahon for the impressions.
Yeah, why not?
I don't have a plate wide enough for Conrad Thompson's face.
Yeah.
This is weird. I can't tell if I'm enjoying it yet or not.
I like yesterday's main event.
I don't know either.
Yeah. Yesterday's main event was awesome.
It was all
Oh,
right.
this is.
I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of it. I don't know. It was gimmicky, but it was cool for like what it's worth. I guess they couldn't do it in the ring.
Public's wild, dude.
Ruthless aggression to excel beyond your wildest dreams. Do you have enough ruthless aggression to make a necessary mind, body, and soul in order to be a success in this company? Show me, or you're fired.
What is happening?
Not high enough for this.
He's gonna do like this is your
Close
life.
enough, but
He's so good at this character, man.
Yeah.
Oh my
He got the
god.
SmackDown fist.
Yo.
what's this all about?
Yo. This
They're
is
making
good.
it like it's a dream or something.
Yeah, what is this? Hey, dude looks younger there, doesn't he?
You got what it takes to hang with Bray Wyatt.
Bro, he looks bigger than like. But I mean, like more ripped, but like almost more muscle butt. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
John looks great.
Yeah, he's playing this really well. It's awesome.
I guess I can see why you almost got fired, right? You can learn, but you can't.
You're singing the Nikki Bella song.
That was great.
Mr. McBossman.
That's crazy.
This is like insanely great. This is.
Oh my
I
god.
am just amazed.
Throwbacks.
Oh my god. This is
Oh my
amazing.
god.
That's awesome. Steamboat, dude. We've seen like so many people in there, dude.
Mr. McBoss, man, it's just great.
Oh god.
I wish I could bring
Large
back
meat.
the blue cage. I really liked it.
So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our tag team partner,
Okay. It's almost like he's supposed to be stuck in a nightmare. I think that's what it is. It's like a nightmare montage. He's probably gonna wake up somewhere. He's gonna have to be ready for the match. Yo, it's the match or something. You know what I mean? Gotta be something like that.
Imagine how much fun they're having doing this, you know, for WrestleMania.
Yeah. Right.
Playing some montage music.
Oh my god. This is so weird.
The only reason they got away with this is because of John. He could have never pushed this and they would have let him do it.
His arms are too weak. He got spaghetti arms from muscle failure. That's great.
Uh-oh.
Hip hop Cena days.
Yeah, I was waiting for this one.
Word life. This is weird, isn't it?
So weird.
Pump song.
This is so dumb, but it's awesome at the same time.
Right, I was thinking that.
I love it.
fight. The audience will be excited. They just went from 6 to midnight. Oh, I get your little joke. I can only talk in rhyme, right? Fine. Shine, you ain't taking away my limelight. If all I got is rap and I use it to my advantage, people like Husky Harris, I can end it. A great idea for your puppet show. My junk in a glove. All of Mr. Stuckett, bro. It's been a disappointment because they brought you to this. Oh, it's How dare you talk to me about chances, John? I have earned everything I've ever been given in life, and still they're taking from me. You. You're the golden goose, John. Your chances are unlimited. You're untouchable. But you're not a hero, John. A horrible person.
They don't know what's talent right now.
Of others, and you turn them into jokes. You do anything for fame, John. Congratulations. You're the man now, John.
Bring up the cow commercial.
John Cena.
He just rides in on a purple cow.
Floor is yours.
I don't see he lost too much weight. Like he's too.
You in the doctor's house trying to get up in my face? Or you really nuts up in your face?
He's nuts. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, this is definitely like a nightmare montage. He actually did this before with somebody else way back in the day, dude. It was like a dream.
Oh, look, Bray's the old Bray.
Yeah.
That's neat.
I have the whole world in my hands. Somebody else spoke. My higher life. You're supposed to be a man of the people. Then why weren't you listening?
Yeah.
Yeah, dreads for some.
Well, when they showed the old footage, it was before he had this. That's
how he looks
current.
now.
Yeah.
That whole dream montage shit was.
That was like maybe a couple years ago.
My own story.
Dancing with him.
This is so weird.
Oh no, that's not enough to end this season.
It's some weird shit, man.
Yeah.
Everybody?
Compelling, though.
Yeah.
Ugh.
What?
Whoa. That's awesome.
What?
What is happening?
Oh, that's
Oh, my
great.
goodness.
Want to know what I really want to do right now? No. You know what I really want to do right now? I want to introduce the coolest guy that ever walked the face of the wrestling earth.
This is just so.
What the hell?
Oh my god!
Yeah, this is
So
so
spray paint on it and shit. I'm using the original NWO belt too. Spray paint on and everything. Probably still got that problem.
Such good shit.
Cena wins you right. Huh. Ooh.
This is really cool.
Yeah.
It would be shit. Yeah, he's an awesome character. I think that's gonna be things like that. Just somebody looking mad shit. But mandible.
No one to count the pin.
I don't think that's supposed to be a pin.
No, but I mean, if he's
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
three. Now Cena's dead now. Him and AJ Styles are both hanging out with Ghost Dad.
Jesus.
Why immediately go to Titus after that?
I don't know what I just saw.
Why?
Response.
I thought his comments were going to be like JR after the Owen fall. Like there's a lot of things
Oh no!
part of the show. That was all real, guys.
Oh my god!
John Cena really did
Really disappeared. He disintegrated.
He disintegrated.
He's just.
We don't know what happened to John Cena.
An opportunity to become WWE champion.
That was good though.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, it was funny. It was weird. It was creepy, and it was ridiculous, and it was great. It was awesome. It was all
I may
rolled up in one.
have to rewatch that to really
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
grasp what the hell I just watched.
That's right. The next time we come to you on pay-per-view streaming on the WWE Network will be.
I mean, they had to be setting up for something else too. I mean, I'm sure that'll.
No Money in the Bank.
I'm like completely synced up perfect with somebody else. Mine's on mute, and whoever's volume I hear is perfectly synced up with mine.
There you go. It's perfect. That's all you need. So you just need one.
Here, I'll mute mine.
Wait, so that was the match?
That was the whole match.
What the fuck was that?
It was a segment. It was like a
Yeah,
movie.
but that's not an. All right, man.
Here we go. This is it.
Main event time, baby. Woo.
Woo.
Woo. I'm tired.
Like, how do you put that on after what we just watched?
I know, right? That probably should have closed the show. They probably should have done the same thing with Taker.
Like for like the last 2 days, we couldn't be matched up completely perfect. But then, like when George gets on, him and I matched up like that,
Yeah.
and then he muted the sound.
I muted mine, but I can't hear anyone else's. So I don't know if you guys have whoever is playing theirs and make it louder.
No, I mean we don't. That part's not necessary. It's just that we're like hopefully at the same spot.
Yeah, we've been we've been kind of watching this out of sync with each other for the last 2 days.
Mhm.
So I don't know. It's just different service providers or something. I don't know.
I was watching with some people too, and I would hear it, hear what happens like 3 seconds before my iPad.
We're getting it like a minute to 2 minutes.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. It's been a little rough.
Do you think they're going to change that? Like the outcome of this is going to be different than it would be if it was live?
I don't know. Oh, I heard that they filmed like a bunch of different endings for each match anyway, just to avoid spoilers.
Really?
That's smart.
Due to the company.
I wasn't passionate at the time. I was in my own head.
3-man band.
That was quite ridiculous.
Look how small Jinder Mahal is there compared to what he looked like a year ago.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to him?
I haven't seen him in a while.
Well, you know, Gronk messed him up at WrestleMania, so he tucked his tail between his legs and he ran.
He tried out for the Patriots. No, I'm kidding.
Did you see Kumail Nanjiani got all jacked like Jinder did?
Who?
Kumail Nanjiani.
Who is that?
The comedian. He's in that movie with Batista, the Uber movie.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He got jacked? I didn't see that.
Yeah, he got like super jacked.
Really?
Yeah, like in a ridiculous way. Like he was on like Men's Health magazine and stuff. They got like Jinder jacked.
Really?
Yeah.
Jinder Jack.
Right, too. That's impressive if he got that big.
Find out that kind of gas that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's good buds with Dave Bautista.
Well, that's why.
There's that.
He's got that going on, which is nice.
More like a good steroids connection.
Yeah. You're a good gear guy. Yeah. The Scottish Terminator.
Yeah, I found out I got 49% Scottish in me, so I'm rooting for Drew McIntyre.
Nice.
I'm Irish, and that's close enough.
Yeah, I'm not getting race involved. You racists.
Race or nationality?
It's nationality.
It is a nationality. I was just getting around.
I thought we were riffing. We're good.
I don't riffing, yo. My ancestry came back and said that I was Scottish and Irish too. So
Yeah.
Ooh.
There you go.
All right.
this is my dude then, I guess.
43 and me. Because I'm older.
23 in me.
Well, I'm older, so it's got to be 43 and me.
Oh.
That's how it works,
Well,
right?
man.
Pretty sure that's how it
I'm part
works.
Norwegian. I'm rooting for Lesnar. Giant freaking Viking.
When you want to talk to your dead ancestors, do you use a Norwegian board?
Boo.
He didn't hang up on you? Oh, shit.
Mark hung up.
I was waiting for see somebody do it. Just bang him.
Mark left.
It's like, screw it. Smoke bomb, I'm out.
See that?
Ninja vanish.
You know?
Welcome back, Mark.
Yeah.
That's how we punish Corey now.
We have never seen Lesnar taken down like McIntyre has done in the past.
Ding, ding, ding.
Is for the WWE Championship.
How long do you think this match will probably be short? Would be my guess.
Yeah.
Probably going to be 5 minutes.
6 pounds. Drew McIntyre.
Who's ahead of me with their volume up?
Spoilers via volume.
My volume's pretty low.
Yeah, mine's down.
Defending undisputed WWE Heavyweight Champion of the world.
Surprised Heyman didn't grab that mic and do it like he usually does.
I was just going to say that. Like, why didn't? Well, because he couldn't. Well, he could have said, "Ladies and gentlemen." Could have done that. Probably got the cue that time was down.
Heyman's abandoning the gimmick due to social distancing.
Yeah, I think it has to do with TV time remaining.
Oh my God, I love that he's the ref.
What? Where did that come from? Because that's your buddy, dude.
What? Yeah.
That's your buddy, dude.
You guys never had? Well, yeah, I guess you guys were young.
No. Bennett did a bunch of my matches back in the day.
Yeah.
He was never my buddy, dude, though.
Is this guy?
I mean,
A local guy?
Well, he's one of IWF dudes, like Damian Adams' student.
Yeah.
Yeah, he refed a bunch of my matches back in the day. We hung out together at Missy's birthday party.
Right. Yeah. I just always liked the kid. Always such a nice guy.
Yeah, I
Very
always
cool,
he was super nice to me, but like at the same time was so nice to me. He was so nice to me that he barely ever talked to me.
Well, he wasn't much of. He really did keep to himself a lot.
Right.
Honestly, so he wasn't much of a talker.
Yeah, he was antisocial.
Nah.
Antisocial.
Get it?
Part of the beatdown baddies.
Andy, are you okay? Are you okay?
That was my angry little.
Oh my God.
One.
Damn, yo.
One.
Whoa! Shut up!
Yes.
Shut up.
Now they just.
Second at 5.
6 out of 2.
Back to like George's point, like I'm wondering if they're doing things on here with this match that they normally wouldn't even do. Not only just like put somebody over that they weren't planning on, but now like doing things that like kind of was against what they wanted to do, but
yeah,
they kind of have to because of the situation, or they feel like they have to because of the situation.
I've got a hot take right now. I hope everyone pays close attention. Drew McIntyre is going to kick Brock Lesnar in the ding dong. That has to happen in every Brock Lesnar match.
No, that's only for the little guys. Only the little guys do that.
Shit,
Only the little boys do it.
You know, that's the AJ Styles and the Finn Balor's get to kick them in the nuts.
Rey Mysterio.
Yeah. I rewatched it. That match was actually more fun than I remember.
Yeah, it was on SmackDown this week or Raw.
Yeah.
Good.
He had you for a second. When his son got involved, he thought he was going to actually win.
Yeah.
Finish.
The teasing that pipe was really good.
What happened to him? He I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he disappeared.
Right.
Did he have a match yet?
He's under quarantine.
Oh.
Is it really?
Yeah, they pulled him last week or the week before and announced that he was under quarantine. Illness. Him and Dana Brooke.
Dana Brooke, the owner of UFC.
Is that who it is?
Is that still going down? Isn't he supposed to have a UFC fight?
Yeah, I heard it was supposed to be on a ship or something.
Khabib
They're
Nurmagomedov.
doing that at Russia.
They're supposed to fight.
They're gonna actually borrow the performance center and just do it there.
Pulling that out, right?
Get out.
There you go.
That was a really short match.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear the commentary here.
There was like 5 moves total, bro.
With the roommates talking about how that match was a drizzling shit.
Wow.
I'm surprised they did that and they didn't wait for there to be a crowd. Wait for another show to get him a pop.
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah.
And now they're gonna pipe in through the loudspeakers. You deserve it.
To me, I'm worried he's going to win the belt, and then if WWE doesn't put any new episodes out for a few weeks,
The belt without a crowd there to cheer. That's gonna suck. That's the moment you want when you get that. Bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, winning the title at WrestleMania and then dead silence.
Yeah, not being able to bask in the moment with the people.
Especially the first title. This isn't like his second or third run here.
Mm-hmm.
But winning his first title whilst the world is on lockdown quarantine is historic in its own way.
True.
True.
And WrestleMania moment.
Plus, this is still like the whatever prophecy or whatever you want to call it. He was the chosen one, right? All the way back in the day, and people kept on saying, it's oh yeah, the chosen one is in 3MB, then the chosen one gets fired and goes to TNA, all that stuff. So this is it's still, crowd or not, it's still a good redemption story.
Yeah, they show that footage a couple times, and Vince McMahon telling him in 2008 that he was going to be the world champion one day.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't lie.
Just took him, 12 years.
Hey, man.
Oh man. I just wish they waited for there to be a crowd.
Yeah.
You can
knows?
do.
Yeah, because like I was saying, like if they don't have any more shows recorded, and they can't record any more shows, his momentum's going to pretty much stall by the time they put him back on television.
Well, I'm hearing they're going like they're pulling an AEW and they're going to go secret location and record that way. Probably illegally.
I kind of think that they should do stuff where I don't know.
Grey
They
Wolf
should start holding all people's matches and stuff. They should do jobber matches, maybe some sort of like a mid card type of match or something. But like championship matches should start being like pay per view type thing only. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of like it was back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Grey Wolf just brought up a really good point where it was like this is a carbon copy of the Universal title match from last night with Goldberg and Braun. They just hit each other with their finishers like 4 times and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was lame, dude. That sucked.
Yeah.
Boo.
That was super lame.
That was a Brock
That was
Lesnar
terrible.
match. That's plain and simple. That's what I expected to
You
happen.
know, it is if Brock, when he wrestles the smaller guys, it's exciting, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And when he wrestles these dudes, he really looks like he has no interest in wrestling. He just shows up, goes through the motions, and gets pinned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't even call for anyone to kick him in the ding dong.
Without the reactions for the kickouts and all that stuff, it I don't know, makes for a good match.
That's why I said
Well-
they should have put that on first before the Firefly match.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have to
well.
rewatch it again. I don't know what I watched.
Did they have pumped in crowd noise or something? Like fake crowd noise? I don't know if that would have been cheesy or not.
I don't know. I think it would have been lame. We all know that there's no crowd there.
Well, they should have been able to give you the option to turn on the audio channel 2
Stop
to like piped
making
in.
up technology. It doesn't exist. Stop just making up things. This isn't Iron Man. We can't just invent things. Vince McMahon is not Tony Stark. Vince McMahon built that in a cave with a box of scraps. I'm waking up my house.
Audio.
I gotta stop yelling. I'm sorry.
Of Vince McMahon talking to Jarvis about.
Oh,
Do you have audio of that? Do you have any of that?
No, we don't. No, I'm sorry.
No.
We lost it.
Right away. Wake the eyes on that one. Absolutely not.
We lost it.
We don't have it. Nope. Never even existed. Somebody's throat's already hurting them. Will not be having that.
Like 3 days in a row of this.
All right,
done.
folks. Yeah, let's
Russell,
sign
man.
off here. This was really cool.
This Undertaker thing looks pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I gotta check that.
So I'm gonna go watch that.
All right, folks.
I'm gonna go put the kid to sleep. That's always
I'm gonna
fun.
watch
Peace out, y'all.
All right,
All right,
folks. Thanks, GQ.
Later.
George,
Thank you.
coming on.
Man, fun.
Good saying is wash your hands. Wash your hands.
Wash your hands. Be safe.
All
We gotta have you on the
Later.
podcast sometime, George. Take care.
right. Thanks, man. Appreciate
Bye.
it. Take care.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen, we are all gone except for Nick Burke, who's just covered up his camera. That doesn't turn off the camera, Burke.
Dude.
All right. It's late. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Later.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for
Bye.
joining us.
It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. Oh, that doesn't turn off.